I have a TikTok. TikTok's the best. You get on there, you get like 1,000 viewers without even trying. Like, that's beautiful. I don't know where this commercial I don't know where it's coming from. There's a hack maybe they're trying to lift me up for some reason. Yeah, I can't figure that out. It's just this creepy stuff that happens that should not be happening. There you go, guys. Back to where we were. Jesus Christ. This is the U.S. District Court emergency petition. I am in a very bad situation and it's stressful. For a lot of people, it's stressful. For me, I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I just want to make sure everything is put out. What's done in the dark is brought to light. These people, I don't want this happening to anybody else. This stuff that they're doing to me, trying to kill me, police, because MGM paid them to do it, and there are federal agents involved in this company. This is just so foul, man. I mean, this is not right for somebody to go through, and I don't want anybody ever to experience what I'm experiencing. That's the truth. I really don't want anybody to ever feel what I'm feeling and be in this position that I'm in. This is not fair to anybody, you know? Especially when you're dealing with police. This is crazy, man. You know? Police. So it was blank. I had a blank district on the United States District Court filing here, emergency protective order, because I wanted to make sure that it went to every district court. It names every individual involved. It names my family who are involved, who are facilitated, aided and abetted this killing me. I explained here the electronic surveillance and all that. They following me. They even track where I'm at. Harassment, stalking, and threats, chemical and biological, um, exposures, mainly biological. I'm infected right now with worms that eat my brain. Settlement fund for MGM Grand Resort International, 45 million, and Berkshire Hathaway's 4.1% shares were right around the same amount of time during a period of time that I was really under bad scrutiny and being like systematically attacked. Cops involved, stopping me for nothing, getting charged in Alhambra for burglary when I didn't do burglary. Monrovia Sheriff Department taking me to their jail, beat me up for 3 days, sent me to LA County. Um, Monrovia PD told me to get the hell out of their county. Go back where you came from. You've been in a lot of problems here. I said, I haven't done anything. I said, I had a heart failure situation up in the mountain. You guys saved me. I appreciate that. But I didn't do anything here. What do you mean I caused a lot of problems? He's explaining to me that these people following me, what they're doing is causing a lot of problems. Okay. I explained everything, the overlaying litigation, the connection between MGM staff as well as the litigants, the plaintiffs in the case have connections. See it? They're all connected. So it's like they're friends suing each friends. Yeah. Tanya Owens is related to Aisha Molina, and Mr. John Smallman has quite a bit of friends, Green and Newman. He's Green and Newman, Brandon Newman. Brandon Newman, I think, is the guy who was at the house who did the air conditioning. They put installed an industrial air conditioning where air conditioning was just fine. It really pisses me off they did that because they're concentrating toxics, toxic biohazard as well as other stuff into this room. So I breathe it in and ends up my brains. I got worms in my brains right now. Um, Academic connections between them through Tanya Owens family and with the corporate entities, executives, um, Molina, okay? Repeat player attorneys, high value social, sociomatic cluster. They have military contractors as well as law enforcement in this case. It is very strange. A lot of cybersecurity individuals making for the perfect outfit of individuals to do electronic torture on somebody and ruin their life and kill them. Um, Executives, everything, connections. My mother got housed. I believe they gave her this house or helped her out getting this house in a area that's known as the law enforcement retirement corridor. Judge, judges, everybody's involved. I put all the information there for people to look at. This document here is called, this document here is the document I was looking for, electronic torture based homicide targeting Jonathan Ramos. Jonathan, code name Lancaster, Pennsylvania. This is what the cops know of. When they see code name Lancaster, Pennsylvania, is with the corporate people who are involved who understand what we're doing. We're killing people here. Everything he says happened to him. Attempted, constructive, and proxy homicide, federal witness, versus psychological warfare, digital impersonation, and electronic torture tactics. Ever since I became in this program after the $45 million settlement, and before that they filed the lawsuit the same year I filed mine for the camera $500 million, and actually kind of won the $500 million by default because they yeah. So anyways, efforts to they talk. He talks about these things that are strange, right? Like he's explaining like campaign to induce homicide and suicide or proxy. This is what he does for service. In this little link here, this little link takes you to the webpage as I explained earlier. Okay, keep that in mind. So I'm gonna explain to you guys something here. So what I'm sharing with you now is gonna be let's see if I got it. It's gonna be this we're gonna have. So he says civil rights violations, all this stuff here, but what he's doing is explaining what he does. Homicide, AI-driven impersonation, electronic torture. The plaintiffs, John Lackey is a hacker, cybersecurity expert, as well as other ones who are also AI security experts, specifically AI. Now, on my page, you see here what I'm doing, and you guys look at me. I got no gun. I got nothing on me. I want to keep emphasizing that because I literally can be killed at any second, and I'm not joking. This is really real deal, Holyfield. This is my life today. You might think I'm crazy, but when it happens, just see I'm telling the truth. So stay with me the whole time. This is the website. The website is for Jewish and Native American owned private military corporation, U.S. intelligence community, and Department of Defense, national partners. This is a phone number to Jonathan Jonathan Ramos, the individual who was saying he was being electronically tortured. But his background, he has security services, PMC contract security, armed security guards, risk assessment, threat analysis, and protection personal and assets. So they're protecting MGM Grand Resorts International's personnel and assets, mainly their assets. See that? That's where they got me. Maritime security, logistics, and support. They have support to military operations, including transportation, supply chain management, and infrastructure management. Training and training and um, advisory. Some contracts involve training military personnel and providing advisory services to foreign governments. Okay, close protection, politicians, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. So they are connected so deep in this game. That's why every cop and everybody, when they say something, they do what they say. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what I hear a lot from the cops. I heard of Jonathan Ramos over the phone call with Sergeant or Lieutenant Castello from Alhambra Police while they charged me for burglary from my own property and took my programming tools and have yet to give it back to me. They won't give it back to me because I can make money from that. They've been campaigning on my finances. They're a Jewish Israel community, same as DHS, ICE, who have been violating a lot of people's rights. They are hacking. They hacked the Pentagon and Department of Defense. They're able to hack into their systems. They do that to help and show um, their skills and the weaknesses through ethical hacking. They call it. It's called white hat hacking. Actually, this is right here. White hat hacking here for defensive purposes. Here we go. We got data analytics, organized crime. They claim they fight all that. What they do is this is a encrypted message, guys. This is how they kill people. Look, they have a home mint team under commercial cover across multiple U.S. metro areas. We're in a metropolitan area, guys. Okay, yeah. Look at this: financial laundering and adversarial access attempts, network targeting U.S. defense contractors, cleared personnel, identify, infiltrate, and dismantle sophisticated. So no, what they do is they this is what they do to the people. They destroy them. It's a cover. It's reverse messaging. It's encrypted due to secrecy. Targeting human validation of federal law enforcement and NSA and analytical tasking. Come on, guys. This guy was being tortured with electronic torture act tactics. Come on, there's no way. This guy has all the connections in the world. How can you tell me come on, guys? This guy was sent to the police for what reason? Code name Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Oh well, what they're trying to do is kill you. And then they're offering you stuff. See, multi-agency counterintelligence board. Trade you have future integrated human operations. Your specific needs. You see, your specific needs. There's a code right there. Explore our website, services. So they're telling you explore their website to learn more about the services and how we can help you. Now I'm going to explain to you why that's significant. Because when you go next down, partners, Office of Director of National Intelligence, United States of America. This is dangerous, you guys. Look at all the connections here: law enforcement, DOJ, everything, Central Intelligence Agencies, the CIA. Come on, Homeland Security. Well, we already knew that with ICE. They're connected to everything. Department of Treasury, Department of Air Force, Navy, Army, everything. You're dead when they want you dead. Because they do favors for corporate companies such as MGM Grand Resort International to kill you. This here, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you right now. Ethical hackers, engineer system, and ground combat security. Okay, get ready background checks. Okay, this is a code here. Okay, open positions. Okay, start applying here and attaching your resume. Combat ready, guys. They're ready for combat. Okay. Background, they want the background of the person. Okay. Ethical hackers, engineering system, and ground combat security. All code. Apply now. So my speculation, this is based on speculation and is a calculated speculation. They put the name, phone number, and email, either of themselves. Okay, I think that's what they do there, and they put the information here of the person and attach a dossier of the person. Okay, submit application. Then they get back at you. It's Jonathan at BCE Corporation PMC.us. They're that J2238826 at gmail.com. And there's that phone number. That UEI KH company owner. He's the owner, Jonathan. EIN. He's giving you all this the these are how they find out if it's cleared. They're able to check it. California. A lot of the plaintiffs in John SMALLMAN versus MGM Grand Resort International are from California, Southern California. This is in San Diego, is where this guy's thing was formed. I don't see it here saying San Diego. Oh, here's San Diego, California. Okay, guys, this guy lives in Beverly Hills. He makes a lot of money for killing people. Registration date. Look at that. 12/20/21. Same, he said 2021, 2025, he's been experiencing hacking. Okay, look at this. Dated filing. Street Address Corporation. Agent of process, individual agent. Shares. Purpose of the corporation is engage in any lawful act or activity for which corporation may be organized under the General Corporation Law of California. PSC, FSC codes. These codes are productive service codes by the federal government to categorize purchases. Okay, research, development, systems, and missile space basic research. I have pictures of a missile coming to me in Pasadena. Support services, military intelligence, and government contractors. This is who they are, guys. Lawfulness, stewardship, truth, and mission. No, intelligence. They are dangerous. For government use only. See? For government use only. Or corporations. BCE Corporation. MGM Grand Resort International is a corporation. For detailed information and applicable codes, please refer to this one here. Solicitation. Well, you guys, they're moving in on me, I think. Highly likely. See that? Solicitation provision and contract clauses. For detailed information, applicable codes, please refer to their website. Probably a different one. I can click it. Any unauthorized access, use, or criminal activities will be subject to severe punishment under federal and military laws. Okay, but not limited to 18 U.S.C. 1030 Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. Public money, property, or records. Guys, what does that say right there? Solicitation provisions and contract clauses for detailed information and applicable codes. Solicitation. This is murder for hire, guys. Subject to defense, to Department of Defense, contractor rules, regulations, blah, 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 found in the Federal Acquisition Regulation. Okay. Once again, solicitation provisions. The room has got really covered with that parasite stuff. I mean, they're like trying to kill me at this point, really, really hard. Okay, see this, guys? That's their page. Articles Incorporation. All this. This is them. Okay. You're not gonna apply here on their page like that. They're not hiring like that, buddy. What they're doing is they're soliciting to do that. Black Wire News, guys. They do free stuff for your local Jewish law enforcement. Blah blah blah. Non-company linked to criminal organization in San Diego. They're full of it. They're a criminal organization. Our logo meaning. Let's see what their logo meaning means. Okay, let's check it out so you understand a little bit here about what they're doing here. Everything's a code. To identify infiltrated, blah blah blah, foreign targeting U.S. execution results. Routine commercial cover across multiple U.S. metropolitan areas. Yeah, using layered surveillance. Yeah, you see schedule penetrate operational nodes. Green. Okay. Real-time enabled targeting, validation of federal law enforcement, NSA analytical tests, and support preservation, safeguards, blah blah blah. Classified and sensitive defense contractor information, PCE-led identification of 90 individuals, federal indictments, 3 districts, confiscating $12.8 million in assets. Prevention of downstream networks, whatever. Compromise of contractor access credentials, blah, blah, blah. Counterintelligence board used as tradecraft model for future integrated operations. Your specific needs is very important here, guys. Okay. They will stop your money from coming. Keep an eye. They're trying to make their way to me to kill me. Just to let you know. 100%. They're trying to kill me. If I get killed, they all need to go down for murder, and it needs to be a death penalty because they're domestic terrorists, guys. Okay, I want them prosecuted at the full extent of the law, please. That is my wish, my last dying wish. If I die, okay, I think it's fair. I don't deserve one. They keep sneaking up on me. I can't even take a shower sometimes. Or shit. You know? Because they want to kill me that bad. Because I know. I tell you what they wanted me to do at first. They wanted to drive my mother, who they got them to be friends. They lived off of her. They worked off of her. They saw an opportunity through her. Okay, and the opportunity essentially was that she was a sociopath, pathological liar, narcissist, and I'm sorry I have these worms in my head. I'm not joking. This is real serious. She was an easy ticket. They needed her to be able to constantly hurt me at the house. They wanted her to help them essentially get me to do something bad to her. Scary, guys. This is scary. She's doing it. She's in it for the long haul, overhaul. Gang stalking is a phenomenon. You go on social media and you'll look in any platform about gang stalking, and you will inevitably run into people who are talking about it because it's all over. I mean, we're not talking about one this or that. It's everybody, every social media platform, guys. Okay, I got banned from Quora um, because I posted these things, and these, like I said, these guys are powerful. I mean, the individuals involved in this is so freaking deep. It's ridiculous. I mean, you're talking about Amazon, you're talking about eBay, you're talking about everybody. Enterprise car rental, automated unmanned vehicles. They're surveillance. They work with these people, um, and these people are trying to kill me. You guys understand that? They're trying to kill me. And if they kill me, they say, kill me, it will be up to you guys solely to push this issue and immediately. I'm not joking here, guys. If you guys don't listen to me and help me on this and push this issue, I want them all charged with capital crimes. Somebody got outside my window somewhere. They're on everything. It was weird. Right? They told me how was it when you went to California on core, right? That's what they told me when I asked certain questions. I say I ran to California and tried to see, find refuge. He asked me how was it when you got to California because he knew it was just a miserable thing. I was getting stopped left and right for things I didn't do. I was getting treated like a criminal when I wasn't there to be criminal. I was trying to just find refuge and be safe. Okay, and what they did instead is just try to kill me. I mean, systematically try to kill me. I mean, it's through torture and through the things that they do. It was just so foul. It was foul in every way. I mean, I got my work devices. I was working for collision centers trying to fix people's cars, reprogram them with my tools, and they took these tools and they're worth over $10,000 worth of tools, $15,000 worth of tools, plus my hardware, my actual tools, my clothes, my camera, my everything. They took everything. Okay, I mean, what am I doing with this, guys? Like, these guys are evil, evil, and no one cares. In law enforcement, a, um, they won't take a police report, guys. I can't give them a police report. They won't take one. There's no police officer out there that wants to take a police report, guys. What am I to do about that? Like, I mean, um, had a little break in between there. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna show you guys. First, I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna switch over to Quora. I can't log into Quora, guys. I'm gonna tell you guys something too. They are not stopping, guys. This is not stopping. Are you able to see my screen? Let me go back over here and see what you guys are doing. Hold on. Okay, here we are. You can't see my screen. I want to make you guys see my screen so we can share screen here. You guys can monitor what I'm doing as well, so I don't leave you guys bored. Um, while you guys can watch me at the same time, and I'm asking for everybody to know anything happens to the computer and it shuts off, anything of that nature, and then I end up dead. Well, I want you to know that means that they killed me. That's what I'm sharing. I don't really see anything here, guys. Hold on. And is it share screen? Stop share screen. Share screen again. Go tips. Share screen. If you ever end up in a situation like this, and you're being gang stalked or anything of that nature, and cops are picking on you, and it's the cops doing it, because it is usually probably is the cops, I think, in my opinion, based on what's going on. Um, I want you guys to know about this stream, y'all. It's great. Uh, extremely overdue. You guys over there in um, YouTube, they're posting on YouTube immediately uh, after and during. People are watching it. It's going to be always up there. That way, if something happened to you guys, well, guess what? You were allowing for them to see everything, and you have options, abilities, capabilities to share your screen is very imperative. A very great tool to remain um, proactive, stay alive, especially. This is so dangerous. I mean, we're talking about a very dangerous thing. You can't fight. They really. I mean, it's just so dangerous, guys. You know, these type of questions: how do target individuals explain their involvement of acquaintances or strangers in what they perceive as organized stalking efforts? Okay, these are them asking those kind of questions. I'm very careful when I'm reading. Is the context of the question? It's one of them. Okay? How do targeted uh, how do targeted individuals explain their involvement? What are some common methods used by targeted individuals to defend themselves? They want to know, guys. Don't answer that. What are some questions about gang stalking? Well, somebody's telling me, what are some questions about gang stalking? Why are you asking that? Well, because he wants to know. Can you identify? So how can you identify who to trust and suspect your targeted gang stalking? Okay? This is scary, guys. You know? Scary stuff. Voodoo dolls against targeted individuals. See, some people start falling for that. They actually have military penal code on utilizing witchcraft against people and unconventional warfare. That's what they are doing. They could possibly be using them on you. The Department of Defense has studied witchcraft all across the United States at one point, learning witchcraft in many different countries, and they have become so powerful that even the president is weary and hesitant and reluctant to impose any regulations on the Department of Defense because they learned all that witchcraft. After they learned that, they something happened there where these individuals are DOD is there's a doctrine on it. You can find it if you search on LexisNexis probably. Has a good law platform where people do their legal research, or you look online, you find a Department of Defense uh, um, thing. Um, are those individuals involved in gang stalks? You know, these people are asking questions, right? Do gang stalkers send you to prison? Well, it depends actually. In that question. Um, so I want to point out something else. You used to look up Yousef Kadmiri online. You couldn't find anything. Like it was like nobody was there named Yousef Kadmiri. Now if you search Yousef Kadmiri, I'm everywhere. Montana, Florida. It's scary. That's dumb. So it doesn't look like I died. It looks like I ran off somewhere. Make it disappear. Somebody cocks a gun. Is at my house. You guys trying to scare me or something? I don't get scared of you guys. I know I'm gonna die. Well, I got choices here. Either I die doing nothing, or die fighting. All that stuff is true. Why don't they just let me be me? Why don't they just let me go? I'm not a bad person. They paid me, let me walk away. 1.5 $1,500,000,000. MGM Grand Resort International prints money. Come on, guys. $500 million for them? For you guys? Why? Try to kill me. Why? Come on, man. Give me a break, guys. Common sense here. You guys don't care, huh? So maybe the CIA really did question a lot about me, where I got my training and all that. They were talking about me and all that. Like, if I use TikTok. TikTok, I believe, can connect you to the universe. Um, hey! Nobody's here. Watch. I don't have a gun. I don't have anything on me. They shoot me. I don't have anything. Yes, this is what's gonna happen. They're gonna silence me one way or the other. I accept it. I'm not gonna fight it because I can't fight with the cops. I can't fight with the military. Okay. Well, I can't fight with cops, particularly as a criminal offense. They're emergency personnel, right? So keep that in mind. And you see this individual is gonna come shoot me. He's gonna plant a gun on me. He's gonna try to make me out to be somebody I'm not. I want you to know I didn't do anything. I just exposed them in the hopes of stopping this happening to other people. So they're gonna try to kill me. Immediately after this computer will shut off, there goes my phone. I'm gonna throw it, and it will disconnect from the computer. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Go on here. You connect it with your phone. See, dynamic locks. You have a dynamic lock on. Yeah. Let's see if I come right here. Here's my subscriptions and my account privacy, TV data, blah blah blah. I use passkeys to get into my things. You see, I want to use my passkeys there. You want to know my password. Dynamic lock keeps me safe. Yep. Here also click on this one right here. It tells you what dynamic lock. Pair of phones. Yep. My phone's paired. I know my other things paid. Add a device tab, set up your phone. Yeah. Just succeeded and said I couldn't find my phone. And that's how they hack you. You see that, guys? Yeah. It's connected. Yeah, connected. What does it mean it can't? There's USB root hub, USB 3.0, PCI to PCI. Well, they stole my USB thing, I think, or they made their own that has the bits and all that, so they were able to get into my computer, watch and monitor my workings, and create interference. I was going to show you guys now. Oh, yeah. My USB thing is gone. Crazy. Let me use the tree real quick. There should be no one in the house. Oh, I got disconnected from you guys. I was really worried right there. Because they'll disconnect. If I disconnect or anything and I end up dead, it's because they killed me. It's a real conspiracy. Why is this a conspiracy? Big conspiracy? And how come it's such a serious conspiracy, guys? Is because these people. Let me make sure I get the screen so I can see this. These people are actually killers through manipulation. They are the ones responsible for mass shootings. Okay? They will harass the target. I'm trying to get my battery on my thing to continue. I gotta always make sure the battery's on. If I get killed, it's none other than Henderson police. They just came by the house earlier. That's de facto. If you don't see them actually do the crime, that's who did it. Or it's the people who are up in my attic who are involved with this group. Or subcontractors to this group. This is real stuff. I'm not playing with you guys, you know? Don't sit down and start questioning anything I say. What you need to do at this point in time, guys, is understand that I'm one of a kind. Okay? I am what you call a empath and several other things that I'm not going to really get into right this second, so to speak. So I do have a mandamus filed in many courts. Yep. The names, the individuals. Yep. I found them through the money that was laundered to the federal court. That's how they, I found them. I knew I was going to find them. I was looking for that specifically. I always said it was that lawsuit because of the timing, but I verified the individuals were a lot of cybersecurity individuals, police, and military. There's only way during that duration of time could be possible that many is that saturation, the saturation of them. It would have had to be the probability statistically would have had to be very very slim to none. I will give you an estimated probability. It would be 25% if there was a convention of some sort within that. I think it would be 12.9% possible as to that portion of it. The fact that they are interrelated and connected to the executives, some of the plaintiffs of MGM Grand Resort International, bring it down to 2.1% chance that this is a coincidence. Then, when you take in the MGM Grand Resort International Music Fest shooting and the plaintiffs in there are also in this lawsuit, and they're doing exactly whatever could have provoked that man to shoot for Mandalay Bay, which is owned by MGM Grand Resort International. Well, then you're looking at a big picture here, guys. This is brings it down to 0.00000000001% of a chance that I'm wrong. Okay? This makes it 100% affirmed. I can guarantee it. Okay? It's not a guess, guys. You got the timing involved now. The timing was in the time frame that correlates with my situation if cross-referenced. My lawsuit was in 2019 for the video surveillance of me committing a crime, which had disappeared, and then he told me it was I had a subpoena from the casino because it was in the possession of the casino. I thought that was weird. Chain of custody issues there. Why would the prosecutor tell me to subpoena from the MGM? They're not the cops. They can't hold the evidence. If I committed a crime, you would have the evidence. You know? So no. That wasn't going to work for me. So instead what they do is they make all the evidence disappear. Say it was decoy cameras used to deter crime. Okay? Strange. $1 billion casino. Deter crime with decoy cameras. I'd go rob the place, the cashier cage if I knew that. No, I really wouldn't. But I'm just saying. Okay? Now I got everything, man. And then on top of it, to add insult to injury, I said, give me the video or 500 million because I couldn't get I got 223 or 200 and no, 53. 253 people out of prison. I'm hitting lesser than what I did, or get favorable outcomes in their case that they intended to get, such as Senate bill changes, Assembly bill changes, anything of that nature, propositions, whatever was applicable retroactively, things of that nature, as well as habeas corpuses, whether it was actual innocence habeas corpuses or habeas corpuses basically what habeas corpus means essentially, and it's in the Constitution, but it was used through a professor. I believe the first one might have been in Santa Monica, in a criminal forum, but I might be wrong about that. Don't quote me. It is used basically. What habeas corpus means is where is the body? So where is the evidence? You see what I'm saying? It's also used for habeas corpus time computation. It's used for habeas corpus bona fide innocence, meaning where's the evidence? Where's the body? So if it was a murder and you want to accuse somebody for a murder, which was actually the main context of the show me the evidence that the murder occurred. Well, you can't tell me a murder occurred when you don't have a body. Well, that's not factual these days. You can actually be convicted. There's been several convictions. I've read their cases, a lot of them actually, with no body because they've been desecrated or something of that nature. They're unfindable, but they have enough evidence to say that person committed the crime. There's also a cool movie you can watch called Double Jeopardy. Double Jeopardy basically is a wife with her husband. Her husband pretends that he got killed. He ran away, disappeared. She does prison time. She gets out. She kills him afterwards. Well, they can't put her back in prison again because she already did it. Time for that murder. It's done and gone. So in the conviction, and so she killed him. Well, guess what? She can kill him because they can't charge you for the same murder again. He did the time. Crazy movie. Very, very interesting context. Plot and how it works. So there's important findings here. I explain how there's they're tactical experts, the plaintiff, they're technical experts, your cybersecurity people. There are tier groups, is strange as well. They mirror military pay grades, and you got the connection between plaintiffs. Here you got uh, high Yale clients and community. You got legal. You know, Unfortunately, I can't see that close to give you, but the names. Here's the names of the interrelations between them. Blah blah blah. The legal professionals. Then you have the people who are involved, the lawyers who must have known about the lawsuit and what they were suing for was frivolous. Is a very high probability, and that the money was going to be used to kill me, hunt me down. My friend is also being hunted down. His name is Mark Collins. And the reason for that being is because Mark Collins um, frequented me, and we both been in prison. They might have just said, okay, well, this is a good target too. They're doing the same thing to him. Um, he did nothing. Um, he's experienced the same ones. We cross reference license plates that we were able to accumulate over time, and they do get taken away when you take photographs. He has better surveillance equipment set up, as well as his immediate um, download protocol. Me, on the other hand, I got a lot of evidence taken, disappeared, confiscated, seized, and never again found. It's like you take pictures of what you think are private entities, actors in this crime, and the police all of a sudden want to stop you. Crazy thing, right? Um, I do have a video of that, by the way. Anyways, long story short, yeah, that's what they did. Here is my affidavit that I filed. It's filed in the Justice Court in Las Vegas, as well as the District Court in Las Vegas. That it explains everything to a disseminated level, wherefore individuals will understand what I'm talking about here. I should have emphasized that there were plaintiffs also from the shooting, because that's a very big thing. I kind of just said high profile events, okay, because there was also these guys from lawsuits that were working for the MGM Grand Resorts International, who were suing for place of work, which is strange, related things, a working environment, things of that nature. You're looking at all these crimes here. These are they're doing. They're also racketeering under the RICO Act. Everything that guy proposed in his website, Jonathan Ramos, who's responsible for gang stalking and systematic murder through the intelligence of the United States. He has clearance, and when you're that see, he has actually he can hack everything, and he is when you're that good at this, you're hacking DoD and you're working DoD stuff, and it kind of makes you very connected. You you're able to do these kind of things. You're able to execute this. I think they're amazing individuals, brilliant individuals. I just think that what they're doing is wrong. I just think it's wrong. I'm not mad. I don't hate nobody. They caused me a lot of health defects. I have deteriorated in health. I may die at any point from these parasitic infections, or lose my mind and be diminished in capacity. Um, but probably die first, because I'm very, very intelligent. Um, Big thing, And I want to point out this name right here, David Lackey. David Lackey is a very, very important name in the cybersecurity slash hacking department. I'd like to emphasize that his background is quite extensive. He is very good at what he does. I know that name from somewhere. I don't remember where, but I was able to um, link his name to something I heard, whether it was over a conversation or anything of that nature, of what I believed and observed to be potential participant perpetrators of this electronic torture of myself. You see, I honestly, this stuff is very hard to get rid of. I'm putting it online, on live feed. That goes to the YouTube channel, and it's there. I can remove that and a lot of other things. Court records I have to put under seal. Only I should be able to put them under seal because I'm the plaintiff. I'm the person of interest, the real party of interest that has the control of the case, the controller of the case, the prosecutor of the case, basically. So I should be the only one who can put it under seal. Um, so I'm a very valuable asset to them. Instead of taking that into consideration, the probative value, my probative value outweighs the prejudicial value. $1.5 billion. I'm going to give them $500 million, which would actually make them very much richer than what they were doing this for, and the amount of money is split. Um, would they take it? I don't know if they're gonna take the deal. They won't take the deal. They're gonna kill me. That's just inevitable. Okay, I want you guys to understand that I'm gonna get killed. The police are gonna kill me, and I can't fight back. It's an unfortunate situation, but it's life. Look, when you make somebody's life hell, I just want you to know this. Remember this. This is you make somebody's life hell, an alternate version of hell. The people that he trusted, the one person in the world that he trusted, his mother, became the number one uh, person who wants to do this to you. When your mother was everything to you, you would have died for your mother. You would have done anything for your mother. You would have never sold your mother for all the money in the world, plus the world. And she sells you out, clear as day, for $1 million. She offered them $1 million to be the payment to her. I have an ability to know things and see things beyond your imagination. She could have got more, but I'm not worth more to her. Out of $45 million, she'd get a $1 million payment when she was really not intended to get anything. She was supposed to get killed by me or hurt by me. Her and my sister were relentless and constantly taunting me, aggravating me, antagonizing me, calling me names, false broadcasting of news, exposing things that they believed that they were able to understand and speculate into, um, things of that nature. Very, 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 very imminent and personal attacks, and consistent, relentless, persistent, and calculated attacks um, during pretextual weak entry points. Um, very, 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 very evil thing. They're acting on the directives of these individuals who are calculated and manipulative. They're so manipulative that they want to make you do something. They're event planners. They want this to happen because they have communist intent. Because you told MGM Grand Resort International, and I knew this before even knowing about John Smallman, who I heard over a radio transmission. Smallman, he called over radio, took a picture of the guy. He really didn't give a care at all, and that picture disappeared. Subsequently, um, almost immediately. Um, um, These bugs are horrible. My mom's under the pretenses that she's killing me for $1 million. Right? That's not what they wanted. They wanted me to lose my mind, get diminished capacity, kill her, hurt my sister. Then they have communist intent, and it's spelled CALMNIOUS. For those that don't know how to spell it, I want to make sure you guys know how to understand things and interpret what I'm saying as I intend for you to interpret it. It's imperative that that's how you interpret what I say. I don't want to be misunderstood, or nor do I want for you to they're spraying that stuff in the air, by the way. I don't want for you guys to sit down and think this is a joke or a game. This is not a game. This is really happening. You know, like, do you want to be next? That's the question I have. But think about that. So keep that in mind. And the spelling of that is going to be this right here. Communist. Okay? What does that mean? Anybody? Did I have it out there yet? I don't think it was spelled like that, but okay. That's how you spell it. Okay? Communist intent. You add intent afterwards. It's communist intent is intent to disseminate. What do I feel like you spelled wrong? Because of terminate. Okay, so now you guys know what that means, right? Let me clear the board. Now let's go one more time back to this document. I filed across the United States emergency petitions for protective order. I got one from New York. Yep. All their names. Yep. Yep. Okay, slide 10. I think it's slide 10. Hold on. What's this? No, I don't know how to do that. I feel like maybe we could play it for you so you have enough time to watch it. Anyways, that's what we're going with. Okay. Protective order, guys. Keep me safe. I want to be safe. I want a normal life. Okay? That's all I want. This one's filed in this is in this is before I filed it and all that. United States District Court and then District of, and I blanked it. I sent them to all the district courts in the United States. It's filed in every district court in the United States. Okay? And signed by New York and I believe 2 other states. And it's against the state of Nevada. So police cannot come to my door. But they did earlier today. Why? They're not going to stop. They want to kill me that bad. I know their secret. This is a secret. This is something you're not supposed to know, guys. I'm not supposed to know. You came after the wrong person. Okay? A person who's not supposed to be destroyed. I didn't do anything. I went to prison for 10 years for something that I didn't do. Okay? That's fact. Why should I be killed? Why do they have the right to kill me? Tell me, please. Can somebody ask me? Tell me or explain to me why do they have the right to kill me? It doesn't make sense. Everybody has a fair right to the judicial system. By doing this, they basically are suffering from immediate legion, loss of access to the court, due process. When you got judges, prosecutors, you got everybody involved. You got lawyers who won't help. You can't find a lawyer that'll do anything for you. You want a lawyer's help. Why? Well, because they are not being systematically attacked. Coordinated attacks are not against them. Um, it's just crazy what I'm going through. That's all I have to say. So, God bless America. In God we trust. These individuals are evil. Very evil individuals. Scary evil. Very scary evil. Because they have no morals or ethics. They're responsible for the murder of a 10-year-old girl that she got contaminated with a brain amoeba that was found in Henderson's gray water system. You can find it on the news. It's very hard to find, but you'll find it. Do some searching. So you'll find a 10-year-old girl who died in Henderson over that. You'll also find other kids that died in Las Vegas Valley from the brain amoeba, and they're very hard to contract. And you have to be in very dirty water or dust. And well, unfortunately for them, they crossed paths, got hit with crossfire. In the midst of that crossfire, those individuals are neutralized. The worst part of it is, I honestly believe from the bottom of my heart that I was the intended target and that they accidentally got hit with it. I suffer every day when I think about it. Yeah, maybe not every day because I don't think about it all the time. I try not to. But yeah, I mean it's horrible. They don't lose any sleep at all. They're having a great, wonderful day. My mom is playing a role with my brother. She has trying to create a plausible deniability scenario where she's not here when they do it. Um, Perhaps there's some guilt in it. There's a reason she's not here. She will be here today at least. She found a reason to tell my brother she needed her car details. She's switching out her car for some reason. And highly likely he's in the attic with these individuals. Because I just got intel that she said, "Where is he? He's not here?" To one of the cops when they opened the door, and I was in hiding. As well as I know she's been up there quite a bit. She goes to work, but she's up there usually. Crazy, but it's true. It sucks when your mother hates you because you're not making it easy for her to get this $1,000,000. It's just like, come on, mom, $1,000,000? I wouldn't even imagine. And may God strike me down if I lie. Selling any of my family members out for $1 billion, $1 trillion, all the money in the world, and um, all the money in the world, and whatever else. I mean, there's no way. You're not going to sell my family out. Well, my mom, they were actually probably under the pretenses is going to cost a lot of money to get her to turn on me. We're a close knit family, as we've been. She put on my PSI, which I'm sure they've reviewed, which is a pre-sentencing investigation report when you go to prison or you're getting sentenced in a felony case, generally conducted by probation department, parole probation. Um, yeah, this is foul. Close knit family. Well, I was trying to go to a halfway house after prison to attend for something I didn't do. I felt like a burden to my mother already. I caused enough damages by having those attorneys who were compromised, trying to screw me over, that she paid for to help me. She was the best mom in the world at one point. She really was. Um, through manipulation, careful manipulation by individuals who are very tactically intelligent in this. They do interrogatories. They know the art of interrogatories pretty well. They also know the art of seduction. They're able to do things that, like, you know, people such as my mom, after profiling her, they find an entry point while she's has these issues mentally, narcissism, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Will make her want this, that. So what her issue is, and big the issue with my mother, and I'm sorry to say, is if she ever hears this, it's not because I hate you, it's because I'm giving educational purposes. Because narcissism outweighs her prejudicial value to her probative value. Okay, for herself, because she wants everything to be about her. That's be about Zena Kadmiri. I'm sorry about that. I know it's extremely strange that I'm doing that. I get them out of my head that way. These horrible worms. So foul, man. It's sad. I think this is the most heartbreaking part. My mom's greed, her narcissism, makes her blind to the fact these people don't like her. They're not her friend. They're using her, playing games with her. They act like they're her friend. They care about her. Their team. They assign assets to her. These people. This house in the Anthem Earlstone Estates um, geographic location. Essentially, the law enforcement retirement corridor, which goes all the way to LA, sends to LA, Alhambra, and all that. Pasadena. Everyone's trying to kill me. Everybody in this community. I leave the house, they're in the house. They put it over my bed, over my clothes. Air conditioning. This is so foul, man. Hold on, I'm sorry. I need a minute. All right. Fuck. Excuse my language. On top of the stress, it's a very stressful situation, right? On top of that, like, you make mistakes sometimes, you know. Parasites are born asexually. So that means they are pregnant when they're born. Their multiplication, propagation, capacity is extremely very productive. Meaning they spread in your brain or in your body at a very, very high and fast rate. That's why when you get parasites, it's imperative to see a doctor, and it's imperative that they treat you immediately for that parasite. Depending on what it is, especially for certain ones, whatever, it has to be treated pretty timely. In my case, no hospital will help you guys. If I go in a hospital, I end up in a mental hospital. They say, well, oh, you're psychologically off. Without testing me. No test, nothing. I don't get a test. Why is that suspicious? That's suspicious because the guidelines, medical practice guidelines by CDC as well as the medical professional ethics. Um, if somebody says they have parasites, it's evaluate, treat, and not dismiss. Okay, so what that means is test them. You're mandated to test them. Mandated treatment and mandated don't dismiss it. That means don't say it's a mental health issue without proper testing or anything. It's not a mental health issue, guys. See, it's a cold game. It's a really cold game what they do. Okay? So instead of doing it right, they decide, hey, you know what? Uh, we're gonna dismiss it and just put you in a mental hospital, buddy, and you're gonna stay there for quite some time. That's your punishment for coming to us for help. Because you're not getting help from the hospital, who are also involved. This is scary stuff, man. Not so much. I'm not really like you see me. Don't get me wrong. I am scared a little bit about people, for people's futures, for the fact that I may never get to tell my daughter how much I love her. We get to meet my grandson, who I never got to meet yet because of this situation. Uh, with that being said, in my life, a living hell. When they kill me, my hell ends and theirs begins. Remember, I said that. These individuals might be intelligence operatives. They may be able to delete a lot of the stuff. Highly unlikely to delete court records. And highly unlikely they'll get away with this with what I have going on in the background. This video is actually the intent of this video is to educate you those that don't get a chance and aren't able to find out who these guys are, the main protocol they have, they have a lot of protocols. Maybe these things in my ear, they fall out and do what I'm doing. And it sucks. It makes you look weird, but I'm going through it. I was at a gas station vacuuming the stuff out of my ear after the hospital wouldn't treat me. Now you'd know that they're doing the right thing for you because they'll treat you, they'll test you taking your fecal matter. Parasites are tested through your fecal matter if you have them. That's how they find out if you have them and if you don't. In my case, they won't do it. They take my blood. I'm supposed to believe that's a test for that. No, it's not a test for that, man. They actually see that sometimes I see my blood thick, thick, thick with black chunks in it. Like, it's just parasites. Like, I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted with myself. Disgusted with their actions. Sad. Then they went as far as putting in my boxers. My boxers. Through my mother, who handed me a pair of folded boxers. I put them on, knowing I shouldn't. Just hoping that maybe she'll stop. And I end up with parasites, one hanging on my right buttocks, cheek. Disgusting worm. I cover his whole, his breathing comes out. I pull him, rip chunks of him out. I ask her for help. She looks at me and tells me she's not going to help me mutilate myself. He dismisses me, and there's a worm hanging there. I take her to the hospital. Hospital totally ignores it. Says it's a bacterial infection. I come back home, take a look. He's actually hanging out this time. The worm. He's hanging out my right cheek, my left cheek. Tell me he's going to refer me to a parasitic doctor. That's all he can do because he's not a parasitic doctor. He won't give me albendazole. It's an antibiotic to kill these things. No, I don't get it. He doesn't intend. Rather than the Hippocratic oath, every doctor has done it. Desert Springs Hospital. Dr. Do Deed, whatever her name is. She tried to stop me from pulling the rest of the worm because they pulled out the injured one, but the rest was still in the other one. There are a lot of them in my head. She refused to let me pull the rest of it out. She wouldn't do it. After admitting that there were worms, everything, I was live streaming her. Then she gets up. I said, I'm leaving. I said, you're not doing what you're supposed to, and this is what you're supposed to do. Here's your medical practice rules. You're supposed to test me and treat me. She says instead, couldn't someone call 911 on this guy? What for what? Well, you're psychologically going to need to put a legal 2000 on you. Well, everywhere I go, they've been doing that to me. And it says in the medical practice, you have to test me. I can show it to you. At one point, I was in a mental hospital, in Sunrise Hospital. I woke up to a man looking through my ear, enjoying seeing the worms. He wanted to observe them. I warned him if he didn't get away from me, I was going to beat him up. It wasn't my intent. That's really, you're humiliating me. You're enjoying my pain. You're enjoying my suffering. You know what's going on. You won't treat me. I have no one, like no hospital, no law enforcement will take a report, won't test him. I took him out clear as day and put him even in a test tube. They don't have the resources to test at anything. What? You have a crime lab? No? No, we don't have the resources. They don't want me to lose my mind and hurt somebody. My mother, my sister, I'm trapped here in the house with them. They took my car, my license. They took my license. Child support. I didn't have no issue with child support while I was working. They didn't even ask for a penny. As soon as I lost my job for a dirty UA, 849 nanograms of amphetamine, I didn't give them my urine. I actually put water in the cup. That night I was drugged with M&Ms that had laced with sleeping agents, as well as 2 days prior usage. And I like to be honest. I don't lie. It's transparent. And then all of a sudden, the GPS was malfunctioning that night. We had got a new guy who kept playing with the GPS. He was very strange. He wanted to talk to me a little bit. He knew more about the job than I did. And I worked for them longer than he did. Highly likely one of them. They targeted my job. And they took my job from me, campaigning against my financial livelihood. I study behavioral patterns. That's what I have to. It's something that's been instilled in me. I look for unusual behavior patterns. I also look for unique and tactical behavior patterns. I look for unique behavior patterns, tactical behavior patterns. I look for similar behavior patterns between individuals, unique characteristics, coordination, patterns that indicate coordination. I observe a lot of that stuff. I then run it through my mind with a computer, central processing unit, and I assess the uniqueness, the probabilities, statistic probabilities, the common similarities, the probability of that being there. I cross-reference it with everything else, every other scenario, such as other vehicles, other individuals, conversations. I watch them. They'll have conversations that absolutely have no substance. They're just intent is to create a mitigating deference or something to like a type of thing, a scenario where you would think that this person's actually not involved. He's actually doing something else here. He's talking to a friend about something, so he's not involved, or he's conversating. They might use. I've identified Uber and Lyft as well as those individuals who are involved. They have people in Uber and Lyft that will come and pick you up if you use Uber Lyft. They will also be those people will also be um, around you, parked at your neighbor's house, something of that nature. Working with that individual in your neighbor's house who was involved or was hired through um, this organization, this corporation. Um, corporation is a big word. They should be stand out in this entire thing, the BME or BC, whatever corporation. I don't care to think of it because they're a horrible entity. They're they have no morals, no morals. It's a horrible people, and to think law enforcement sworn to protect and serve. They want to be a part of this. If they are a part of this, this has been implemented way before me. I thought at first I considered the possibility of that. However, I did not I did not declare it that I removed this guy's PC bridge that he's watching my computer with. He's able to view what I'm doing. You see what I'm saying? So there's individuals watching my work, everything I do. He's watching everything I'm doing. Okay? And he's watching me from upstairs in the attic, or he's watching me from an address. I was able to locate his device, and that address is nearby my house. It's gonna be 2796 Colden Avenue. 2796 was one of the houses identified as a participant or a perpetrator based on his behavior patterns. Common denominators of frequency. Um, um, how many times I frequently ran into him or her. The serial number of the computer that he was using is 1H85114 Okay. Probably highly likely FBI related intel there, or related to these people. He's a cyber hacker. My analysis, my ability to really process things very fast, I could say it's possibly David Lackey would be my main guy. I would see being the guy, my number one forefront runner. But there is a percentage high. The probability is not as high as it should be to be affirmed as absolute certainty. Um, there's other considerable assets that might be involved or associated with this as to who they are and who this person is in this house. Um, Tanya Owens or John Smallman are high probability assets too. That I believe could be there. It could be one of them. John Smallman is one I'm going to go with. That's my highest number. This is a perfect dog. You and all of them. She gave birth to beautiful dogs. She's ugly mother, but she gave birth to really beautiful dogs. It's amazing how that could even happen. Like, how did such an ugly mother give birth to such three beautiful, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous dogs? I like the mother. I don't like to call her ugly. I'm just. I'm in trouble. I'm in a lot of trouble. Matter of time. Yeah. I'm brokenhearted. My mom ever sees this, I want her to know that it really hurt me bad because I really came here to be a team and I thought I was going to help her. She stopped everything I did and then ruined me, and she spread rumors on me so that she could be able to take away from credibility from me, get me credibility. It is the saddest thing. What? No. And it's the ultimate act of betrayal. Well, she's the only person in the world I trust. I'll be back. Give me a break. I have police outside sitting outside my house. I have a police cruiser sitting outside my house awaiting my movement with the intent to cause harm to me. Ah! Guys, when I turn my head or I do something, they move in on my stuff. They get my devices, my computer. They get my clothing. They get my anything they can get with parasites to attempt to diminish my capacity and kill me. Systematic murder. Systematic murder. I just want you to know, I don't think I deserve this. I did 10 years for something I didn't do. MGM Grand Resort International, shame on you. Shame on you for trying to silence me when I wasn't even going to do anything about it. I didn't want to say anything. You put me in prison for 10 years, and the most embarrassing thing, you humiliated me across the entire the world, internationally. And you think that I wanted to do something to you guys? No, I didn't. Just because I won $500 million and your order that you received from the dismissal motion that you filed after the judge alerted you on it, judges who all got promoted in my sentencing, in my trial, who deleted the trial, he deleted all the inconsistencies in statements, had them redacted, not to be produced to the jury. No, my two compromised attorneys. The crime scene photos were different. After you guys set it up, prior to that, the police report by Kirsten Long, the property I had was not the property of Thunder Down Under. And all of a sudden it became the property after you guys told them how to make it a robbery and stuff in your guys' interrogatories with them. Seriously, guys? Like, come on, man. Do you guys have any integrity at all? Yeah, you got connections. You got all the money in the world. to destroy a person who's already destroyed, who just did 10 years for something they didn't do, was humiliated across the entire world. Seriously? Is that okay? My Google account was recovered successfully. How the? That's not me. That's a hacker. I wouldn't have tried to recover my account at 9:28. Guys, this is crazy. It's non-stop attacks. Non-stop attacks. Okay? On the bottom of this alien computers, you got to be careful with them because they have a camera there. Or maybe just this one does. I don't know. I changed my code again. I like to move my hand a lot, pressing different things, erasing different things. I don't think I know my password. It's supposed to do it with your face. They don't want me to use my face because they want to know my password. He said got already. He's blocking his device this time from being founded. I can't find him. But he's there because the strange thing about this device lookup, when you do device lookup under your accounts, you go down to device, link devices. Wait, hold on. Go back. Go back. Link devices, link devices, link devices. Okay, go down link devices. I'm tired, man. These guys. This is matching his computer. His computer is 2009 Windows. That's not my computer. My computer is not 2009. Okay? My computer is much newer than 2009. Okay, it's reading 2 CPU type 64-bit times 64. The OS build mirrors. The serial number mirrors mine. Okay? Now, strange. You know? Extremely strange. Why is my PIN required? It's making my PIN required everywhere. That's dumb. You want to know my PIN that bad? They're watching from up above me in the attic through the vent, and they're using my cameras. He's literally saying the numbers. He's still doing it. He's using the camera now. I hate these guys. Why are they trying to get that? Well, after that, they can kill me. Well, not really. You're literally saying my the numbers that I'm doing. He's literally freaking. I really don't like this guy. You know, I really don't like him. I really hate this guy. You know, he's a piece of shit. My neighbor Guido across the street and his daughter Sophie, they're up there too. Or his son David and Sophie. They report every time I leave the house. My mother sleeps on the couch. She doesn't leave the living room. She does so she can be able to report on me as well. I can't leave the house without them knowing. Immediately thereafter, there's a white SUV or a gray SUV, including a multitude of cars as well. Different ones, vehicles from this neighborhood. I'm sick of it. When will law enforcement, the real law enforcement, if they even exist, do something about this? They're not going to do nothing. They're all a team. A team of terrorists. I'm tired of terrorists. I'm tired of cowards. They want you to fight them defenseless. They don't want you to fight them, be able to fight them. Oh my God. My computer, Yousef Kadmiri Esquire, is actually the computer that they stole for Intel out of the Tesla that they chased because the Tesla had videos of them spraying me. Clear, irrefutable evidence of spraying of parasitic particulates as well as chemicals such as pesticides, which would cause you to experience delirium. See, that's a sad world we live in. Guys, I don't know. When are we going to do something about this? I did. By myself. No one wants to step up and help me. No lawyer. No judge. No DA. No U.S. attorney. Except one. Georgia took a report. Say Georgia. What am I going to do with these people? Well, if you ran into this, it's not by coincidence. You were chosen to be a documenter. You were chosen to have a purpose as an activist. You are a protector of the persons, the people. We, the people. This information needs to be spread around. It's court record. Don't let the court try to make it disappear or say it's sealed, because they can't do that. And it would be concealing crimes and information, legal records. They are not to do that. It's not. I don't. It's against every protocol. It won't happen. These guys are really connected, though. I don't see it happening. Foresee it happening, but since the judges and everybody's involved, as of right now, based on their concert, they're acting in concert with the objectives of these individuals and the police. It's a very, very disturbing situation. I mean, and I have to counter everything they do, and they have a lot of um, their capacities are very, very their connections, their interrelations. This is dangerous. They have a lot of things that they have connections to that make it a disadvantage for me. I mean, I am just a scintilla of what they have. How many people's involved? I was impressed when I saw on the highway how many people were following me from California to here to California and into Arizona. Amazing how many. I'm talking about a very, 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 very wide span organization, operation, uh, agents. Here's the key. As I explained my death declaration upon death, these individuals are acting under the pretextual belief that there's so many individuals involved, they don't want to be identified. They don't want to be identified. No, 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 no. Don't identify them. They do everything to remain a ghost and torment you. When you can't identify individuals or you have too many individuals, it creates plausible deniability. However, in the commission of a felonious act or a felonious crime, felony, an act that constitutes a felony, such as gang stalking, everything that they've done, cyber hacking, anything it's described in the electronic torture act. They're all felonies. Then they are essentially all responsible for my death. If one robs a bank with his co-conspirator, his co-offender, and they rob a bank, it could be three of them, four of them, five of them, six of them, seven. One pulls the trigger on somebody because he lost his mind, decided it's a good idea to do, and he, or whatever reason he did it. Each and every individual in the commission, acting in that commission of that felony, or within that criminal execution, such as RICO, are all individuals responsible for that murder the same way. If he had shot the person, they pull the trigger too. They get charged the same. They get convicted the same as prescribed by law. In this case, it must be done very, very precisely in that manner. It should also be considered what they did to prevent this from continuing. It shall constitute a capital crime, a high crime. It should also constitute treason, which is punishable by death. It should also constitute a multitude of crimes. That to include, but not limited to, domestic terrorism, okay, aggravated stalking, attempted murder, use of biological weaponry in the infectation of somebody, the exposure to that, which is actually also against the Geneva Convention, chemicals and bioorganisms. Psychological warfare is unconventional warfare. They use that as well. There's military penal codes for those military contractors that should be applicable. Psychological warfare is prohibited, as well as chemical and gases. I mean, biological specimen. These shall be considered by the courts when they get prosecuted. This is, in my opinion, the best and only way to definitively and incentively give a reason for deterrence and participating or partaking in this criminal enterprises acts. That shall be known, none should be benefit from their bad acts, and as well as those shall not be excusable acts. No one is above the law. You do the time, you do the crime, you do the time. I don't care what role they played, how significant it was. They must be prosecuted. You understand me? They must, with no doubt, with absolution, be prosecuted for a multitude of crimes. Okay? It must be. Do not allow them to walk away, to get away, to manipulate, to be subjected to any lesser of charges. If you allow that to happen, then in America, we're in great trouble. We're in great trouble, America. Shall it be a thing allowed for someone cannot reach people, cannot reach public, cannot reach anybody because they're being hacked and blocked? They take your phone, they play games with your phone, coercion, kidnapping, first degree. Officers who were involved that intentionally in a potential stop try to find an entry point and charge you with bogus crimes such as second derivative charges as resisting arrest and obstruction of justice, in which I got charged with for nothing, with the intent to kidnap you and falsely imprison you. Is that what we are going to allow here? No, we're not going to allow that. You guys are not going to allow that. America's not going to allow that. America, don't you dare. Don't you dare. There be any less. Those that are experiencing gang stalking, contact me. Contact me now. Okay? Join me. Please, join me. In saving our Constitution, what makes this country the greatest country in the world. Because in Donald Trump's plan, I believe this stemmed from that book they were talking about on the news, that he's going to take action and these actions are going to occur and these things are going to happen. I think this is one of them. Just because of the interrelationship between the Jewish flag, Israel. Okay, I was able to identify by profiling these individuals by their look and features, mainly the women, that they were very morbid looking and quite disgusting, to be quite frank with you. However, they did fit the profile of Jewish people, the Jewish characteristics. A high number of them. As to the native, I've noticed individuals that look like they're Hispanic native as well as Hispanic. Hispanics are actually natives by proxy. The heavy amount of plaintiffs in MGM Grand Resort International case, $45 million settlement for breach of data lawsuit by John SMALLMAN, an FBI agent. Antonio Owens were all interrelated, them two in particular, with the executives at MGM Grand Resort International through professional or school career. The amount of individuals there from the plaintiffs that were plaintiffs in the mass shooting in the Music Fest, the probability of that, I told you how it works. It brings it down to 0% probability I'm wrong. 100% probability I'm right. Based on all the factors together. Each one makes it a certain degree, percentage lesser chance I'm wrong. And if you look at the percentage I give you, they're very accurate. The very last 0.100000001% that I was wrong, that right there gets superseded and abnegated and replaced, amended with a new number statistically to zero. If you factor in the dates and the similarities in dates to what my movements were, I will say with 1 billion, I'll say with my whole life, with my soul, with my daughter's life, who I love very much. I love her so much. With my family, entire their bloodline, their life. I will say to God, I promise him. With my soul on the line. That this lawsuit was laundering money for an operation to destroy me and kill me, defaminate me, and then kill me. You factor that in. I knew that from the start, just based on the fact who would have had this type of malicious intent for me? Who would have possibly wanted to defaminate me? They're putting me in mental hospitals. They labeled me mentally ill. See, working there, a commonality, this has happened between several agencies. My mother is involved. She took my credibility, mental health. She tried to take my credibility through that. She did whatever she can to label me mental health as well. Law enforcement cooperation and coordinated acts that they were all acting in concert for this objective. In addition to the criminal charges, malicious prosecution, fabrication of affidavits, statements on affidavits under oath, that I did this and I did that when I did not do anything, such as getting charged in Alhambra for burglary, for getting arrested in Monrovia Sheriff's Department for a non-extraditable warrant, meaning they don't want you, you're not needed. They don't arrest you for that. It's unheard of. Held in the county jail for 5 days, tortured, and naked in a suicide cell, couldn't call nobody. Didn't get to go to court. No, they didn't try to take me to court. There was no court hearing, I believe. If I was to guess, make a calculated guess, statistically and probability being factored in, is a high probability, more than that. The scale weighs in the favor that they did not have no court date because it wasn't a real case. They arrested me on a frivolous reason that I had a non-extraditable warrant. You don't arrest people for that. And the fact that they jumped on my back, beat me up, and tried to stick something in my ear, well, LA County Jail, Sheriff Department, shame on you. Monrovia, shame on you. Monrovia told me I have to go back where I came from. I caused too many problems in the county. I haven't done anything that was problematic in the county. What was he talking about? Well, I was able to identify a vehicle that was a surveillance vehicle, and this is between you and I. I identified this vehicle as a surveillance vehicle. The guy was actually laughing, playing games. He was playing complacency, pure complacency. I knew several things. I knew he had intel on him. I knew he had equipment on him. I knew he would have a firearm on him. The firearm has a serial number on it. Allows me to identify that individual particularly by his name. I can tell you what his name is, but I'm not doing that. I'll save that for the end in the federal court, or if I ever deal with anything else. This started a long time ago. My neighbor across the street wanted me to sign a document for him to paint his house. He don't know me. He knows I'm not the owner of that house, his house. He did so because he wanted to identify me and make a positive identifying. I want to identify me with a positive identification. Okay, that's what that was about. I knew it. His behavior, his body language, his being upset, overly upset. At the moment I rejected that to sign it for him. I actually went and apologized to him for that. I just felt it was rude, but I knew what they were doing. He was surveilling me. He was trying to identify me, make a positive identification. License plate. Be careful with trying to take license plates of the individuals. These license plates are not going to come back sometimes to anybody. They have no record. These individuals have a high amount, volume of license plates from different states. Random license plates. The actual law says you don't have to have license, registration, or proof of insurance to drive. It's a constitutional right, fundamental right to drive, travel. Traveling could be from here to the store to get your milk or juice or food and back. That's traveling. Operating a vehicle under private capacity, you don't need any of those documentations. It's against the law. It's not enforceable laws. State law, regulatory schemes were to be applied to commercial only. Public safety. Taxation. However, they are allowed to use it, but they have a scheme with the police department agencies, with the tow truck companies to make them both business and money. I'm telling you the truth. Don't doubt me ever. They use those schemes to generate money for each other. You have to pay the police department a certain amount of money to get the release form. Then you have to go to the tow truck company and pay them quite a substantial amount of money for the traveling, towing, and the storage of your vehicle. Not to mention, if you're unlicensed, if you don't have a way of getting these documentations that are mandated by false pretenses and unenforceable laws, well, what they do then is they then sell your vehicle. They sell your vehicle and they make good money selling your vehicle under a tow lien. Don't doubt me. Do your research. Go on YouTube, type in driving. Need driver's license to drive, and look at the old man who actually knows the law. A constitutional lawyer. I'm a lawyer. I'm an attorney. Pro hack vice. I studied law. I qualified in the law. I've taken bar exam, simulated bar exams, scored very high in them. Also in the 1 percentile, as well as my IQ. They're targeting my brain. They hate me at this point because my brain is too smart for them. But they don't get that I get it from the divine place. I should already be damaged to the point where I'm not this smart. We're able to process it and know everything that I do as fast as I do. There's some little bit of mobility issues that are stemming from this because I'm physically here. My brain is in the divine alignment. They fail in the end. Remember, I say this. Everybody in the world is going to see this. They're going to be on the news. Disgraceful. They're going to be destroyed. The reputation of a corporation is going to be just demolished, obliterated. Then they're going to make the links towards the shooting at the music fest that killed innocent people and how actually the man wasn't responsible. A person who's manipulated, coerced, under duress, or not in their right mind, diminished capacity, even though diminished capacity is not a defense in the state of Nevada, is not guilty for the crime that they commit. In fact, if it was intentionally caused to that person, inflicted upon that person, the people who did it are the ones responsible. So the ones that say they're heroes are not heroes. Now, Chris Dorner, Chris, Dorner, I want to put a big informational memorial to him. God bless him. Um, he's an officer that was known to shoot police officers. He turned around and started killing them. He said every cop was in a uniform was a target. He was fired from his position in LAPD for reporting, systematic targeting, profiling, and this very thing that's happening to me right now. This is not a new thing. That was very well implemented. Those little cameras everywhere, they're using that for you too. Facial recognition. They hunt you. They are not using investigative resources or police resources technology meant for investigative purposes. To investigate, guys. We're not using it for that, guys. Automated vehicles are not being used to map out the streets. They're not. This is fact. Not just, or they're not just used to just do that. Okay? I tell you, my observations are very sharp. In addition to my scrutinizing, disseminating information, processing it, and analyzing it, and factoring statistics and probabilities, uniqueness, pattern, behavior pattern, abnormalities. There's no way other than what I said. And excuse what I'm doing right now. This is me trying to take out a large number of parasitic bioorganisms that destroy your brain and diminish your capacity, which is the intent of the individuals who did it to me, violated me. Okay? I know you don't believe me. I know you're skeptical. William Cooper pointed out these things to everybody. Behold, the pale horse. No one listened to him. He knew he was going to get killed. He still did what he did. Why? He wanted to protect everybody. Why am I doing it? I'm doing it. I don't want this to happen again. These individuals hate me so much that they want to refuse to make an agreement. They want to refuse for me to succeed. They want to refuse for me to defy their guarantee of my demise. That just kind of like when you get rid of a lot of them, their strength in numbers, their propagating factors are diminished um, substantially. Not enough to make them go away, but enough to slow it down and also make it go away if you're using the right antibiotics or natural remedies, which are constantly contaminated when I got them. I really cannot tell you how important how important it is that everybody steps in. We the people. Some of those individuals have that written on the back of their truck. That tells me Proud Boy status there. That kind of links them with Donald Trump. This my analytics is just too crazy. I mean, you guys don't understand how I link puzzles, how I link everything. The cleanliness of vehicles, law enforcement, general behavior. I mean, the vehicles are going to be very clean, a lot of them. The ones that are very dusty, they use it to get the dust off of the vehicle into your car through your air conditioning ventilation system. The spraying mechanism underneath the car, mine in particular, that I experienced by these individuals, have been done by a company called Metropolitan Mechanical. Brandon Newman, I believe his last name is. He's also a plaintiff. Jim Graham resulted in the National SMALLMAN case. He works for casinos on their HVAC system. Let me tell you something. These individuals, wow. Oh Lord Jesus. These individuals never liked not one time. When I get rid of these things, where I start attacking them. Hospitals, doctors, I want you to know something. You're shameful. Shame on you. Cowards. Your Hippocratic oath. What a dishonorable person. Shame on you. When you make an oath, you are to uphold that oath. Professional ethics, code of conduct, morale. This is what I gotta say to you guys. Police officers that go take the credit as being a hero, and Chris Dorner is actually a hero. Um, he did not let this. He didn't want this continuing. When he found out about this, he went to war with his peers. This is de facto. He said, if you wear a uniform, you're a target. He stood for the greater right. Okay? This is very imperative. You guys know this. This is a kind of a promise I made to him. Okay? But not really. It's what's owed to him. That's what happens to you when you step up to this thing. He was on the inside, guys. He was a Marine. Honorable Chris Dorner. Honorable. If you're listening to this video right now, please repeat that, please. Say Honorable Chris Dorner. Please. Okay. And say I appreciate you, Chris Dorner. Thank you, Chris Dorner, for your service. Chris Dorner was sworn in to uphold the Constitution, sworn in to uphold, protect, and serve was his purpose in the police department. When he saw this targeting, it's been already and he was put in the middle of it, where he was to respond with the police department, acting in concert with them, in collaboration, as a unit. He said, no, this is wrong. I protect and serve, not target, not destroy, not using unconventional warfare. I don't do that. And reported it to his higher up, his senior officers, commanding officer, chief officer. When he did that, he got fired. What a slap in the face. Insult to injury here, right, guys? You're doing the right thing. Lord Jesus, if I'm lying about the fact that this is a war against good and evil, may be known. But if I'm right, may they all stand against this tyrant, the devil, his army, his minions. May he step up. This person or she step up. This person who's watching this. This is Chris Dorner, guys. I made this for Chris Dorner. It's based on what was already put out there. I changed, altered the words, edited it. I said Los Angeles Police Department faculty, photograph of Honorable Chris Dorner. I think it says shooter Chris Dorner or something like that. Hear that, man? Guys, everybody, that's a real man. This is honorable integrity, fortified. Real Marine, real Marine, real soldier, real protector of man and we the people. This guy right here, may God bless his soul and his memory of his name. I want everybody to remember him for what he is. I left this the same because that's what he did. Siege, spree killing, and shootout. These are military type behaviors. Against killer, fake criminal law enforcement officers. Fighter against domestic terrorism. Justified murder. Fabricated murder to appear like suicide that they did to him. Bushmaster XM15, what you use? Remington 700, smoke bombs, pressed Walter P22. This is somebody who's not an ex-felon. This is somebody who worked for the police department. He injured 6. 3 by the police lone warrior hero, 2 by LAPD criminal cops, and 1 by Torrance criminal PD. 5 including perpetrator. He didn't do much damage. Can't when they're tracking your phone and they're on you like you couldn't believe, and probably get you with a this is crazy. It's crazy. I say in memory of Chris Dorner. And I explain to you what he did. I want to make sure he does not be remembered as something he's not. He's a warrior. He's a warrior for us people. Here's my affidavit about what happened to me and everything that backs it up, so people can know my story. Available online for viewing. Okay. God bless Chris Dorner. Please say, guys, anybody who sees this video or watching this video, God bless Chris Dorner, please. And have a moment's silence for him. Let's redeem him together. Okay? Satan's in the work here, guys. Satan is in the works. This is his playground. And boy, he got his hand on some real minions. Some real dangerous, seriously deranged, demented, miscreant minions. Some disease, scum, virus of this planet Earth. A danger to humanity. Okay? This is very important. A danger to humanity. A danger to our democracy. These enemies were. Okay? Please. Keep that in mind. Help me out here. Don't let this poor man remember something he's not by just doing that. My moment of silence is going to be here for. We're going to give him a full minute, a moment of silence, guys. You guys can watch what I'm doing at the same time. The cops may show up. Here's this video right now. Their goal will be to kill me, apprehend me, silence me. If this happens, guys, just remember what I said. Fight with me, please. Don't give up. They're a lot more advanced than us as people. Technology you're entrusted to use, you're using it to kill us, hunt us, create killers. God forbid they succeed. God forbid. In the name of Jesus, help us fight this enemy. The devil will rebuke you. Satan will rebuke you. We all rebuke you. Everybody will rebuke us. We're in real trouble, guys. America, we're in trouble, guys. So what I'm trying to do here is to get my copy of that order. I lost it. Protective order. It is. It's here in this room somewhere, but basically, Henderson PD is listed as one of them, and therefore they're not supposed to come anywhere within 100 yards of my house. It says to view the document to do this. I need to get a copy of that document. I haven't registered yet. I need to register to be service to receive service from them. I sent it to every court in the United States, district court, so all the federal courthouses. It is to be known, these guys are not like that much of intel officers or whatever, or counterintelligence, wherever they are. This intelligence agency. They can hack, they can destroy, they can ruin things. Sure. Congratulations. But they can't get rid of public record. If they do, it's a criminal offense. Whoever helps them do it as well is complicit. Come on, man. Why is it not working? Oh, there's Pacer login to see it, I guess. I have a Pacer login, I believe. I just don't have a client code anymore. And you remember that idiot is on my email right now. That's what sucks, They are so persistent that even that cop coming in the neighborhood putting the lights on was only to make me go duck off, to be worried. The reason why they do that, to be able to allow the other individuals to they're working in concert with each other, so they can be able to run around the house and get in my computer or run around and do stuff to, set up things or change shift. You understand? That's why they did that. Sick, man. Gotta help America. Gotta help everybody. The world's gonna end because of evil. Donald Trump might be the devil. Very much so. Let me tell you why. He also could be the person who ends the world. Only one person can stop him. I'm not gonna name who this person is, but one person can stop him. Because they can change destiny. However, Donald Trump wants certain things to highlight it. If you look at it and analyze it and see what the uniqueness of it is and why. Okay. Donald Trump wants Greenland. Why? Not for resources. Okay. Not for what you think it is. No one has came up why he wants Greenland. Based on my analysis, which is very highly accurate and very, very precise, based on his behavior patterns, his tone of voice, his assertions. Okay? Donald Trump wants Greenland. I'll show you right now why. Instead of tell you. Okay, so here we go. Here's why Donald Trump wants Greenland, guys. I'm gonna go on Google. Google is a great place to go for information. We're gonna type in Greenland. See this right here? When the Pentagon dug ice tunnels in Greenland to hide. Okay. It's a only accessible by plane from hide nukes. Okay, well, tell us not to hide nukes. That's not what I'm looking for. I want to find the actual one. Hold on. And they have every tree, the seed to every tree, millions of seeds. Okay. They believe that what they're going to do is essentially hide in there and restart the world. Okay? It's located in Greenland. I'll know it when I see it. Let me see if it do this. I think you say shelter is better. Shelter. This was like on 2012, the movie. And when they're getting the planes and it's only accessible by this to get into this bunker through flight on as a runway. Only the elite and certain people get to go on it. I'm not saying that's exactly the intent, but highly likely I haven't really dug into it like that because I don't feel like doing it. Essentially, what this thing is very, very, very special. See, there's an underground city. Apocalypse shelter. You're gonna put apocalypse shelter. And you're gonna say here. And mountain. It's built into a mountain. It's very hard to find for some reason. But I'll find it. When I want to find something, I find it. I'm not being conceited or talking like I'm somebody special. I'm no one special. Matter of fact, sometimes I wish I was somebody else. You know why? Because there's just like a lot of people who want to like destroy somebody who's already destroyed, and it's kind of like you're not gonna really get too far with that. But it's kind of like I don't want that. I want normalcy in my life. It's very hard to find it online because I'm being hacked probably. They don't want me to. There's a high chance that they don't want me to be able to show this to you guys. Because it's true. There is a nuclear shelter, a special one, very special one. Okay. I wonder if it's Camp Century. I wonder if that's what it's called. Secret Mission Project Iceworm was this where they hit 600 nuclear bombs and they did research to there. Okay. I haven't seen the picture. I know if I've seen it. It's a very, very special place. You cannot make a mistake when you see it. It is a mountain. That's the biggest part. Mountain. Airport only. You can only fly in. My computer running slower tells me that I'm being hacked right now. My battery draining level. Very suspicious. This joke of individuals who are just really they have no life. They're just cowards and evil, evil entities. They deserve to burn for eternity. But I don't ever say that like that. I don't wish it upon them. I do sometimes, but then I take it back. The reason why I do that is because I don't have the right to do that. I tell God instead I wish this to them. I say I hope God gives them what they deserve. That's what needs to be said when you're in bad situations. Don't wish bad upon people. Don't put that negative energy out there. It's not for you to have or carry. It's not your place to make a decision or judge them. It is God. He's the ultimate one who gets to make the decision. Okay, but there is a mountain. Um, I just try to make the search a lot lesser broadening. Is this one? I think that what I have here is a lot of interference. Unfortunately, I'm probably highly, well, I know I'm right on Donald Trump's intent. I think that Donald Trump, this was in his 2025 book that they put on the news of a plan of things that he's going to do. One of those things with this group of people doing what they're doing or endorsing it for some reason or another. They've been there doing this a long time before, though. You know, to kids, to kids, everybody. Here it is. Nuclear bunker. This looks like it. This is Cheyenne Mountain Complex. I wonder if there's any other ones. They may want a couple bunkers, to be able to have more people. Donald Trump got quite a list of people. U.S. base in remote Greenland. It'll be a very distinctive thing. I'm going to show you how I think would be a good way to find it. I think by going to YouTube. Why not? YouTube is amazing. Thank you, whoever created YouTube. You're amazing. You can learn everything in YouTube. You don't have to go to university. You don't have to do anything anymore. You can learn everything online. If you want to become somebody, if you want to educate yourself, everything is available online. Everything. You understand me? You understand what that means? University is a financial institution. Okay. A financial institution, guys. Those guys are not educators. They're business people. Just like the court system. I like to point out the court system. If you look at the court system and analyze the court system, it's based on capitalism. They say thank you for your business. You know? Business. Most of us don't want to give them any business. We don't want to pay for tickets. It's like a straight insult to injury. You know? It's crazy, man. Crazy. Now, we'll talk about a lot of things, okay?
Outsmart the market with Base 44 Super Agents. Set up in seconds and ready to go. Want to know what your competitors are up to? Super Agents will scrape, dig, and summarize exactly.
The year is 1959. And you're a soldier living in an army barracks filled with around 200 people. You have what appears to be a well-rounded life. There's a church, a hospital, and of course, your living quarters. Every day, you get up and go to work at the plant. Your fellow co-workers are conducting all sorts of experiments. At first glance, there's nothing all that remarkable about it, but something's off. For one, there isn't any daylight, and it's cold, very, very cold. The electricity that buzzes in the walls around you comes from a portable nuclear reactor. The water you drink is mined from a glacier. This army barracks is entirely underground in the middle of the Arctic. What we're about to show you was once highly classified and top secret.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Until now.
So we didn't know about it at first, but it came up in the archival materials and in the documents we were looking at. We came across a box where it was just kind of a cardboard box where it said Camp Century on it. So I said to the researcher, "What is this?"
The true purpose of this city went far beyond housing. To the outside world, it was called Camp Century, but to the US military, it was known as something else entirely.
I went out there in April of 1962. When I got off of the plane, it was minus 50 degrees and blowing snow. I was very happy as they took me down into the tunnel to get inside. It was startling as I came in.
Welcome to Project Iceworm, the atomic city carved under the ice. There are some places on Earth that mankind is just not meant to go. The Arctic is without a doubt one of them. Here in the very north of the northernmost country in the world, temperatures reach as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. 80% of the land is covered by an enormous ice sheet, more than 3 kilometers thick. To put that in perspective, this is the city of New York, and this is how high that ice sheet would rise. In winter, the polar nights can last weeks or even months. Months of oppressive, icy darkness. There are often blizzards that hurtle across the region at 72 kilometers an hour. And don't even get us started on whiteouts. Extreme blizzards that wipe away everything around you in a dense layer of fog, snow and wind until all you can see is white. Just white. It was here, of all places, that America decided to build a city. And that was just a starting point, a prototype. Camp Century was the beginning of what was supposed to be a whole region of cities and bases that would encompass an area 3 times the size of Denmark. But why the hell would they build it here? Well, America has been fascinated with Greenland for a long time.
The US offered to buy Greenland in 1946 from Denmark because of its strategic significance. But Denmark declined at the time and said, we may owe a lot to the Americans, but I don't think we owe them the entire island of Greenland.
You might even remember the country making a few small headlines in early 2025.
President Trump is not giving up his efforts to buy Greenland from Denmark.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes.
And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Greenland have been part of the Danish kingdom for 800 years. Mr. Trump, off.
Greenland has always been geopolitically important, and if we zoom out a little bit, you'll start to see why. It sits almost directly in between the US and Russia, two countries that have always had a rather icy relationship.
Rather than buying Greenland, there was an agreement between the US and Denmark about the defense of Greenland. It came into effect in 1951. And according to this agreement, the US was allowed to have military bases in Greenland.
In fact, the US established Thule Air Base, a military installation here, all the way back in 1951. Back when America was great? Well, if not great, then incredibly paranoid and willing to spend billions on it.
Even back in the 1950s, you couldn't afford just to sit back and watch technology advance right past you. But it's especially true in today's tech-savvy world, where AI is talked about by everyone, but most of us have no idea how it actually works. Businesses across the planet are using it to boost efficiency, but how? Well, luckily, Outskill can help you figure it out. This weekend, you can join the two-day AI Mastermind Workshop by Outskill, the world's first AI-focused education platform. By attending just 16 hours with expert mentors, learners have built and shipped over 100 AI products, all with zero code and working revenue models of 3 to 4K. Now, this training normally costs $895, but we've partnered with Outskill to give away 1,000 free seats for the B1M's viewers just for the next 72 hours. And with a 4.9 out of 5 rating on Trustpilot, you can be pretty sure these guys know their stuff. You get free lifetime access to Outskill's exclusive paid AI community to grow alongside 5,000 AI-first professionals. Over 10 million people have attended this training in the past year across different industries, and now it's your turn. During the two-day live training, you'll learn all about powerful AI tools, prompt engineering, workflow automation, and how to build AI products without code. Plus, if you sign up now, you'll get exclusive bonuses worth over $5,000. So clear your weekend. It's happening this Saturday and Sunday between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. on both days. Limited seats are available and they're filling up fast. You can grab yours now down at the link in the description. Don't forget that every time you go and check out our video sponsors, it massively supports the channel. So thanks in advance for taking the time to go and have a look at Outskill. Now, let's get back to the 1950s.
Housewives, rock and roll, Hollywood's golden age, and the Cold War. The 1950s saw incredible economic prosperity in a post-war boom. America emerged as a superpower, and the country had cash to burn. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the USSR presented an alternative vision to America's kitchen capitalism. There was rapid industrialization and urbanization, and the start of the space race. It was this little noise that pushed the Americans into building Camp Century. These little beeps changed human civilization forever. They came, of course, from Sputnik, the first human-made object to orbit the Earth. All over America, anyone with a shortwave radio receiver could tune in and hear those beeps coming from a satellite high above them. Naturally, the American military worried the Soviet Union would attach missiles to it. This fear drove the army to put together a proposal for a new kind of base, a city under the ice in the Arctic, close to the Soviets. The project would go further than the already existing Thule Air Base, further than anything built before.
First of all, this was during the early days of the Cold War, and the United States were enacting their so-called polar or Arctic strategy.
To the rest of the world, it was presented as Camp Century, a research station in one of the most remote locations on Earth. America was so great, it could build anywhere. It could make even the harshest environment hospitable. At least, that's what they told the press. Indeed, they even invited journalists from magazines like National Geographic to tour the labyrinth of tunnels and underground buildings.
Camp Century was not a secret at all. In contrast, it was kind of a publicity stunt, if you like, from the US Army, who presented it as a sort of an exciting adventure into construction work in the Arctic.
Even within the army itself, its true purpose was strictly on a need-to-know basis, kept from most of the soldiers that were actually stationed there. We spoke to Robert Wise, a physician who was based at Camp Century in 1963.
I didn't realize I was going to go to Greenland. And I remember going to meet the colonel the first time. And then he said to me, within a week, you will be flying to Camp Century, Greenland, 800 miles from the North Pole. And I looked at him, I said, "You're kidding." So it was an adventure.
The army claimed this bizarre place was to be used to study glaciology, the climate, and human survival in extreme colds.
There were these so-called defense areas, which included Thule Air Base, where the Americans were essentially allowed to do whatever they wanted to. But if they wanted to operate outside these defense areas, they had to ask Denmark for permission. So when the US asked for permission to build Camp Century, they were not too open about the real purpose of Camp Century.
Now, decades later, those files have been declassified, and we can share with you its true purpose. This is Project Iceworm. It was to house more than 600 nuclear missiles in a vast tunnel network 3 times the size of Denmark. These missiles would be mobile and hidden beneath the ice, making them hard for the Soviet Union to detect or destroy in a first strike.
The Danish government realized this is going to happen whether we like it or not. The strategy from the Danish government was really to downplay the military significance.
My former public.
I did not know Iceworm. I did not know any plans to put nuclear missiles in there.
It was a wild idea. It's even more wild how close the Americans came to actually completing it, because building anything at all here is next to impossible.
Camp Century was the first permanent base under glacial ice anywhere in the world.
You may notice there are no hardware stores here. There are no shops, no highways, no airports. Every single thing has to be shipped from miles away to Thule Air Base, a treacherous journey in itself across icy, unpredictable seas. Thule was only accessible during the brief summer window when the Arctic sea ice receded enough for ships to dock. The location for Project Iceworm is here, 204 kilometers away. That's like going from New York to Philadelphia, and you'd still have a quarter of the journey left to go. Food, fuel, and equipment all had to be dragged on sleds in convoys.
They used heavy swings, which refers to a kind of a system of tractor-pull sled trains, which were used to transport materials and equipment, but also personnel. Took them about 3 or maybe sometimes 4 days to cover the entire Camp Century trails.
A temporary oversnow supply route known as the Ice Cap Trail was prepared and maintained between Thule and Camp Century. Engineers had to deal with crevices, extreme cold, and constantly shifting ice. And at the end of that enormous journey, they would be here, ostensibly in the middle of nowhere. But before anything could be built, first, the tunnels had to be dug.
Construction of Camp Century took place over 2 summers of 1959 and 1960. Because of the weather, they had to work quite fast to do all the tunnels, and they were essentially working 24 hours a day.
Engineers used a cut and cover method to carve them out under the snow. First, large trenches were dug using Swiss-made snow milling machines called Peter plows. Originally designed for clearing roads in the Swiss Alps, these incredible machines could move up to 594 cubic meters of snow every hour. The snow would be pushed out of the tunnels where it would condense. Ploughed snow has a greater density and weight than regular snow, which is perfect for construction. Curved metal sheets would then be placed above like this, and snow would be piled on top, hiding the tunnels beneath. Prefabricated structures were then assembled and placed in the tunnels on stilts. This reduced heat transfer and kept the interiors warm. It would take about a day for the construction crew to erect each building. Piece by piece, an entire town was built this way. Tunnels were bored into the ice. There was even a main street, off which living quarters, latrines, generators, mess halls, and more all branched off of. There was an incredible amount of cutting-edge engineering just to keep this place livable.
So the main challenge in Camp Century was not keeping warm, but it was actually keeping cold.
A ventilation system sucked in cold surface air and blew it through the tunnels and out to the surface. Tunnel air had to be kept at minus 15 degrees Celsius, otherwise everything would melt.
They found out that was actually a huge problem, because when you have machines operating and men working, there's going to be a lot of heat inside the tunnels, and the heat was hard to get rid of. You can imagine that the ice is becoming slushy and it's harder to walk or drive inside the tunnels, but it also made the tunnels more unstable. And they didn't prepare for this, but they had to build sort of huge ventilator systems that would ventilate the tunnels in order to take out the heat.
But because
to avoid the nearly impossible challenge of getting a steady supply of diesel for a generator, power was provided by a portable nuclear reactor, the first of its kind, but not the last.
It was about 1.5 megawatt, and it was modular, which meant that it could essentially be transported to the base in smaller pieces, and then it could be constructed at the base. So it was essentially the idea that you could provide energy independence in extreme or remote environments. It was the first nuclear reactor on Danish soil, and it actually caused a bit of a problem in the Danish government, because there was no regulations or no idea on how to control or even to think about responsibility in case of an accident.
Perhaps most unsettling of all was how the camp got its water. It was actually an ingenious solution developed by the base's engineer, Raul Rodriguez. A hole was dug 150 meters deep. That's the height of an ordinary skyscraper. And a heated element was dropped into the ice. It would melt the ice around it and create a reservoir with more than 37,000 liters of drinkable water. To stave off boredom in the camp, the men would take turns dropping themselves down the well for the thrill, hanging in the enormous cavern in complete darkness. And boredom was a serious issue. Despite all the luxuries of home, there wasn't much to do on the camp, and the isolation could really get to people.
Never have so many gotten up so early to do so little for so long. That was what the officers would say to each other. I think you keep yourself busy. I learned to like that type of life. In fact, as a physician, I had probably less work to do than the enlisted men who were doing the hard work of building things out on the snowcap. But I had time to play bridge at night, to play chess periodically, listen to music. When I woke up in the morning, I would quote Voltaire, "This is the best of all possible worlds." The officers' quarter would be divided into rooms with just hanging blankets. That's all. There were kitchens. The food was excellent. I think they calculated out to 8,000 calories per man per day. The only thing that was short was fresh vegetables. A watermelon would be a luxury and a rarity.
Everybody had their job. The site functioned effectively as a little town.
The camp commander would go around, make sure the construction was proper. There were experts on electricians, plumbers.
While the base was a secret pilot program for nuclear missiles, it was also a psychological experiment. The army needed to see if these men could actually live in this ice town so far from civilization without falling to pieces. The US government was especially interested to see how they would fare in extreme isolation, as they were getting ready to send the first men into space.
All I knew is that one of the basic reasons for the camp was, could people live out in this type of environment? And most of it was white, and it would be snow. You wouldn't see a mountain or anything else. But most of it was just barren snow,
Because if you could operate in these very difficult and harsh environments, then why couldn't you also have a base on the moon? There were also more extreme psychological experiments going on, hunger experiments, where the men semi-voluntarily, I guess, didn't have a lot to eat for several days at a time, and they were trying to find out how that would also affect the personnel.
To all extents and purposes, these psychological tests were actually successful.
There was no fights or revolts or anything going on. They did live there in a peaceful manner and an orderly manner. They did conclude that the Camp Century concept was a feasible concept.
If the entire project had been as successful as the psychological experiments, more tunnels would have been created, burrowing outwards for hundreds of miles. Rail tracks would have been laid, and yes, more than 600 missile silos would have been readied. But it wasn't successful. Engineer Raul Rodriguez, while brilliant, failed to take into account how quickly the ice sheet around the base would move. Soldiers were constantly roaming around the tunnels with chainsaws, keeping the ice at bay, but it was no use. Over time, the ice deformed and shifted, causing tunnels to warp, collapse, and become structurally unsafe. There was no place for an atomic reactor, let alone 600 missiles. The reactor was put offline in 1963, and 3 years later, the base was abandoned. By 1969, it was a total ruin. Steel structures had collapsed in themselves, wooden beams had splintered, and soon the ice had reclaimed almost everything. As Cold War military tech evolved, other systems like submarine-launched ballistic missiles and ICBMs made Project Iceworm obsolete. But at the end of the day, maintaining Camp Century just became too expensive for its limited scientific and military returns. The US Army found it wasn't cost-effective to keep repairing tunnels and supplying personnel. And that could have been the end of the story. A startling example of Cold War excess and the enormous resources that the US government was prepared to throw at truly bizarre concepts. Almost science fiction in its scope, Camp Century would not even be thought up today. Except that's not the end of the story. Not even close. While Project Iceworm's soldiers were busy with their atomic reactor and psychological experiments, they were also doing something else. They were digging. Nobody in the army realized how important this would be, but scientists on this base drilled a hole through nearly 1,390 meters of ice and reached Greenland's ancient surface. They took samples, which then sat in jars, untouched for decades. Geoscientist Paul Bierman discovered the frozen samples in Denmark. He and several of his colleagues at the University of Vermont studied them and came to a disturbing conclusion that would have ramifications for the entire world. Until 2019, scientists had believed that the enormous ice sheet was several million years old. But Greenland's ice sheet was younger than we had thought. Much, much younger. Greenland is more susceptible to changes in Earth's climate than we had thought, meaning that if worldwide temperatures rose again and the climate warmed, more of this enormous ice sheet would melt into the ocean, causing sea levels to rise and potentially disturbing the vitally important North Atlantic current. Camp Century was lost decades ago. The ice moved and crushed the steel and wood that was left behind. Nature reclaimed it, until an accident brought it back to the surface. NASA scientist Chad Green flew over Greenland in April of 2024 to map ice sheets and estimate future sea level rise. And to his great surprise, his radar picked up something else. The distinct tunnels of Camp Century, crushed and distorted, but still very much there. As strange as it sounds, this is only the most recent example of Camp Century being rediscovered. In 2016, the camp was also discovered. That time, however, the Danish learned something disturbing. In 1967, when the Americans abandoned the base, they left toxic radioactive waste behind. At the time, the Danes allowed it to be left, deeming it to be below levels that were considered alarming. But now, the ice is melting faster than anticipated, and that toxic waste, once thought to be buried forever under the ice, could resurface.
In about 70 or maybe 100 years' time, there will be meltwater coming down to expose the buried waste in Camp Century. And this is biological waste, it's chemical waste, and it's radiological waste. And some of this waste could be carried out into the ocean. And this sparked a huge debate in Denmark. According to the 1951 treaty, it's actually the responsibility of Denmark to clean up after US military operations. So there's no legal responsibility on behalf of the Americans, but there is a kind of moral responsibility, I would argue.
It's currently not technically or economically feasible to safely remove the waste, yet inaction could become dangerous over time. All these decades later, Camp Century stands, albeit in ruins, simultaneously as a wild fantasy, a frightening reality, and a still tantalizing mystery.
But there's still a lot of things we don't know about Project Iceberg. Who exactly was it that was behind it, and how was it discussed and received in different parts of the army and also into political circles?
Unanticipated by everyone involved, its legacy is now deeply rooted in the planet's own uncertain future.
Don't forget, you can find out more about today's video sponsor, Outscale, at the link in the description. And as always, guys, if you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, make sure you subscribe to the B1M.
Grainger knows that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. Your first call? An office building with a noisy AC unit. Time to put your experience to work. On site, your meters don't lie. The blower motor's failing. But Grainger's easy-to-search website quickly helps you find what you need to keep the office and their HVAC running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
August 1946. Esteemed U.S. Naval officer and explorer Admiral Richard Byrd, one of the first pilots to fly over both the North and South Poles, organizes Operation High Jump, the largest expedition ever to travel to Antarctica. With 13 ships, 23 aircraft, and over 4,700 military personnel.
This was very important, that after the conclusion of World War II, Admiral Byrd was asked if he would mount a large armada and go for 4 months. It was supposed to be that they would go in December, January, February, and March, and there was a list of military goals that they were to achieve. But by the end of February, something happened.
One of the mission's official goals was investigating sites for potential military bases in Antarctica. But during his explorations, Admiral Byrd allegedly came upon something highly unexpected.
This story is said to come from his diaries, not his published account of the trip, but something he held back and then later was suppressed by government authorities that found it frightening.
In his diary, which was discovered by his son after his death, Admiral Byrd tells an extraordinary story.
Admiral Byrd heard there was an entrance to the center of the Earth through the South Pole. And he took planes into the South, under the South Pole. And when he did that, he discovered that as he flew over the pole, suddenly he's looking at things that shouldn't be there. I mean, it was temperate. His squadron flew under the Earth, into the Earth.
It turns into this lush and green area, and he can't even believe his eyes. But that's just the beginning of his extraordinary story. He tells how all of a sudden he starts to see a shimmering rainbow city that's made of crystal. His airplane is taken control of when he suddenly sees these flying disc-shaped objects around them that lead him to the ground. Whereupon he's escorted into cavernous type of an area where he meets a being he refers to as the master in his diary. The master tells him that they're highly disappointed in what humans are doing with nuclear weapons and how they recently destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they really are concerned about what is going on the surface of the planet. They tell Admiral Byrd that they hope that humanity will ultimately stop this.
For UFO researchers, this account from Admiral Byrd's diary is particularly significant due to the fact that the modern UFO era began right after World War II and the detonation of the first atomic bombs. It has also been noted that a high number of UFO sightings have been reported in the vicinity of nuclear missile silos.
Admiral Byrd's story is congruent with the stories that we hear from numerous accounts of angelic or extraterrestrial type beings that are very concerned about what humanity is doing with nuclear weapons. Just ask the Air Force officers at the U.S. missile silos, the nuclear missile silos, that have seen their silos and their nuclear arms disarmed by what are perceived to be extraterrestrial beings. They're very concerned that we are ultimately not just going to destroy ourselves, but could harm our planet, which is their world as well.
If Admiral Byrd's secret diary is authentic, does it reveal not only that there are highly advanced beings living inside the Earth, but also that they are monitoring what happens on the surface? According to the diary, after this incredible encounter, Admiral Byrd was eager to share his story, but was ordered to remain silent.
Byrd comes back after this experience. He is taken to a government compound where he is told that he is never to speak of this publicly and that everything he says is classified.
Could Admiral Byrd's story point to a profound connection between the ancient traditions of strange beings living inside the Earth and the modern-day UFO phenomenon? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe we may be fast approaching the time when we will find ourselves face-to-face with the beings of inner Earth. Antarctica is a land of extremes. Nearly 98% of the ground is covered by an ice sheet up to 3 miles thick. A mountain as towering as Japan's Mount Fuji at 12,400 feet would not even break the surface. Temperatures regularly fall below minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit, with winds of up to 200 miles an hour. During its peak season, it is home to only 4,000 scientists and military personnel.
Antarctica is the last frontier. It holds our imagination. Old maps that said, "Here be monsters." The last remaining territory on the planet that could have such a designation is Antarctica.
Although it was discovered nearly 250 years ago, scientists have more questions than answers when it comes to this frozen continent. Due to the sheer depth of the ice covering its landmass, the surface of Antarctica is unable to be seen with the naked eye. And ancient astronaut theorists propose that it is not just the geology that is hidden from us. They suggest there is far more human and perhaps non-human activity happening in Antarctica than we've been told.
Something seems to be going on this mysterious continent at the South Pole. And it has been theorized by a number of people that Antarctica is some kind of alien base.
Rumors of extraterrestrial activity in Antarctica have circulated for years. If these accounts are true, and there is, in fact, an extraterrestrial presence in Antarctica today, could it have been there for hundreds or even thousands of years? In July 2018, Linda Moulton Howe interviewed a whistleblower who offered to provide her with classified information regarding Antarctica on the condition that she not reveal his identity. Her source, a retired Navy SEAL, who she identifies as Spartan 1, provided her with details of an ancient structure he claims to have visited during his time at the South Pole.
At that time, my rank was First Lieutenant Commander, Naval Special Operations. We were inbound the southeast coast of Antarctica. We were dispatched for, unofficially, was a research reconnaissance mission. Officially, it was to find a certain individual, obtain any information, and bring it back.
What was the date?
August 2003.
According to Spartan 1, when he and his team reached their destination, they encountered a large octagonal structure protruding from the ice. Cautiously, they proceeded to enter it.
At the very top of the first structure we entered, there was almost 18 feet poking from the ice. The rest of it was hidden under the ice. Each door was the same, anywhere from 18 feet thick to around 30 feet thick. And even though these doors were that thick and that heavy, you could take one finger and push them and they would open. There was no resistance whatsoever. The outside temperature was at least 40 degrees below zero. Once you stepped inside these structures, the temperature was an ambient 68 to 72 degrees.
What about the ceilings, hallways, floors?
It was lighted from the inside, but we could not find the source of light. It was a lime green in color. The walls were lined with what
It's disturbing. They still won't succeed in a way, but the fact that they are opposed to manipulating the AI system Oh, I'm so bad. I had my nap when I do that. That's some heat to it. There's a specific one that's very scary looking. I think they stick it to my ear. I think I do in county jail. I went to sleep here last night. Woke up with my door open. I was telling my mom many of times, do not open my door when I'm sleeping. You know? Knock and let me know you're coming in. Well, the door was open. I don't think she in particular did it. I think that she helped the individuals up in the attic working for this outfit of terrorists do it to me. I want to let you guys know it bothers me a lot. These individuals want me to lose my ability to reason. They're so persistent. They're so persistent. So relentless. So complacent. Reckless. Demoral. They're not like no morals. Inhumane. Sick. Degenerate. Cowardice. People want to take away my ability to reason. Diminish it. And Nevada wants to say that there's no diminished capacity laws. Defense. Fuck Nevada. Nevada is just fucking garbage. And they want to do this to me. They want to do it to the MGM shooter who shot in Mandalay Bay. The Music Fest shooting was the same plaintiffs in their case as mine. Right? That's just a coincidence. That's just a coincidence. The FBI agent is the main one. Then I heard his name, SMALLMAN, on a radio transmission. And the dates correlate with my case. My emails? Look. How many come back? But not, they can't get the sender. Huh? All of them. A lot of them. Anything media related. This is a problem, guys. Attorney General, whistleblowers. Certain whistleblower sites. Okay? Guys. Hello? That's what these individuals do to you. Human rights organizations. Try to tell me they're not scum of the earth. Okay, guys? Look. Yep. Okay. Now I want you guys to look at this. Very important. And forgive me for my ear situation. They put this thing in there. I'm trying to stop it before it grows any bigger and attaches and spreads. It's really just a horrible thing to do to somebody. Attack their ability to make, their ability to reason. So I want to say something here, and it's very important that everybody hears me on this. I believe that Judge Navarro is directly involved in this. Now I can say that with confirmation. Okay? Her behavior is in concert with one trying to conceal. Trying to provide oversight, to handle, and to preside, control, and potentially her plan here is MGM Grand Resort International will file a lawsuit after I die, or will file a motion. So will some of the individuals who are involved in this terrorism, this joint terrorism outfit, fatigue, and try to seal it so no one can see it. That's your intention. Highly likely, highly probable, projected intention of these individuals. Navarro is involved. Judge Navarro, 100%, without no doubt. Everything in her behavior has showed that, including her. I filed a form of application for former paupers, and it was denied. I had to file another one. The reason they denied is not legitimate. Broad, vague. Judge Navarro denied a form of paupers. I filed in another court and it got granted. Several departments got granted, and hers it didn't, making me have to do more work as to financial capacity, which makes no sense. It's very clear that I have no money. That's what stands out. The fact that she just wants to preside over all my cases. I don't want her to. Okay, she wants to bring it all to her and her ability to compromise the case and record. Extremely important, that's noted. Navarro is involved. I can say that without a scintilla of doubt. She made it a new case. 0815. She's taking my mandamus, my prohibitions. She's taking my lawsuits. She's taken everything and compounded it into one case. See that? Makes it very simple to try to conceal this. Make it disappear, guys. Because if the judge decides to grant their motion, well, I'm kind of in a bad situation there, right? That's why they're still doing what they're doing. That's why they're not scared. while I'm doing what I'm doing, they're strategically pulling their moves. However, I'm 2 steps ahead of them. Remember that. I predicted that. I predicted this happening. That she did that. Okay? She is a magistrate, a judicial officer. Who has compromised and intends to participate in criminal concealment of evidence and public record. That, to some extent, is witness tampering. Which explains the belated behavior. He's extremely belated. And certain motions, such as guys, this is just so foul. What kind of judge is this? Every judge is working in correlation, in concert, clerk, even as high as the Supreme Court. You guys, these individuals think they can literally erase me. Judge Navarro. Gloria Navarro. I already knew you were involved. You do not prosper. You do not prevail in concealing anything. You see here, Judge Navarro. She's not honorable. She's dangerous. She thinks it's okay what these people do because she gets to go home and line her money, her pocket with money. Does anybody think that's kind of foul? Why is that fair? It's not fair. It's not fair. She won't succeed in what she's trying to pull off. Now remember, when you're dealing with incompetent cops, it's easy. When you're dealing with individuals who have been afforded authoritative powers, connections, capacity, you're dealing with a monster. Who wants to put on a fight? Who wants to wrongfully put up a fight against the wrong person to put a fight against? But I was wondering, why are they not using common sense here? No, I should have heard from something should have been resolved by now. Deal. Something to just alleviate all this and make me just want to enjoy the rest of my life with my daughter or no. No, sir. No, ma'am. No. They're going to keep trying. The judicial system is corrupt. What do you do now, guys? Well, you got a bunch of district court cases. You got a bunch of cases in different district courts. They're compromised too, sure. Be careful with these individuals. Those that are participating, those that are helping these individuals. Beware of these individuals. Beware of these individuals. Because I'm going to tell you why. They made an oath, they broke the oath. They got powers entrusted in them, they abused it. They are violating the constitutional rights, the civil rights of individuals. They are systematically killing people and causing people to get killed as well. What makes America great is our freedoms, the right to pursue happiness. These guys literally run over your right. You are helping them run over your right inadvertently. You clown. You clowns. They're over there plotting against me, planning on how to beat me and everything with the help of the other side. The ones that are supposed to be neutral by the cannons. They govern them. They're not professional, they're not ethical, they're not right. It's criminal. But they all fail miserably. Mark my words. I might not get to be blessed and have a normal life ever. I may end up deceased. Succumb to these things. Die. I mean, these guys know what they're doing as far as this. Like they know that they're constantly doing it, reinfecting me. That's just like what they're doing is just they're damaging me slowly but surely. Every time I'm getting more and more damage, and they're doing it. They're doing it intentionally. So that means they scientifically have enough background in this to know that this is gonna over time deteriorate my reasoning capacity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so focused as it is. It wouldn't make sense. Otherwise, so they know what they're doing. They're destroying my brain over time, periodical times, constant, relentless, non-stop. They're not going to do anything that they think they're going to do. I foresee they're not going to make it far as they really want to. If the House of representatives. Don't do what they're supposed to. And everybody is there, I'm right, which I'm highly likely right. What they're trying to do there. Cold, man. That would be just more people going to go down in the end. Because I have something secretive. His email is compromised. You saw somebody got a new password login. I didn't do that. You understand that? They're in my computer. How many cases I have? She took cases that aren't even interrelated. Put them all in one place. That's called a arbitration, intentional due process violation, and it shows in concert with them. All the judges, all the courts, everybody's involved. They know this individual. They have been notified of who I am. It's a shame on them. Shame on them. You can't seek court intervention. I got a protective order. Yeah. So what? You can't seek court intervention, though. You can't do anything about the court intervention part of it. I have protective orders in a lot of departments. In district court. Some have been issued. Some of them I have to go to court for. I want orders everywhere. Petitions everywhere. He's a bad judge. But I knew it. I already knew it, guys. I really did. On so many cases she moved, compounded them. If it's all my cases, I'm going to tell you right now, this is really her making some moves here. Could she really be trying to pull it off? I mean, it's possible. It's highly likely. I mean, she did a lot of moving here. How many? She did some without even a document. This one's in Brenda. She got moved from her courtroom. When you do some kind of move like that, it probably stands out. So I don't have to deal with a compromised judge because it would lead to her. Maybe Brenda might be a friend of hers. Possibly. Another person involved. So she presided over John SMALLMAN's case. So they're trying to deviate my ability to detect that she's involved. They want me to believe differently. She's not the judge on it. Plausible deniability. Instead, reversal and culpability. Culpability, guys. Okay. These were done by her. And then handed off to another judge. Wow. Yeah. Congratulations, Navarro. You fooled me. Couldn't be you being involved. This is not at all normal. None of this is normal. You don't do this. See what I'm saying? And then she's like, well, I'm going to hand it off to this judge, and he's not going to think it's me being involved. Even though I'm the one who moved everything, compounded it. She made a single venue. One venue. Two venues, actually. What did I say to that? Bravo for effort. Bravo. Them having the passwords to my computer. Ability to access my computer. Well, bravo. Bravo. But it's not going to go where you think it's going to go. You're not going to win. You see? They're not going to win. I say that with absolute certainty. But I can tell you one thing for sure, 100% positivity. These individuals are trying their hardest to counteract what I'm doing from home, stuck in a place where I'm getting attacked. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting attacked. And I'm fighting. And they're countering me, trying to stop me. They believe they're going to succeed, they're going to fail miserably. Remember I said that. They get on my Wi-Fi, they get on my phone, they get on my everything. I promise you, without a doubt, they're going to go down. Forever. And there's going to be a lot more implications. See what they're trying to do instead of being smart. The smart thing right now would be to back down. That's my honest opinion. For a multitude of reasons. These individuals cannot hide what I have brewing, not attached to my emails, not attached to anything. Because they're basing their decisions, what they're going to do, how they're doing it. This is all through my emails, all through my having access to me. They have access to me. You see? And as they have access to me, they're like, yeah, we got access to this guy. Okay. How did they get into this? They used my other cell phone I lost. Okay. These guys hack into the freaking Department of Defense. They hack into the they hack into the most complex firewalls in America, in the world. What cowards? Guys, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with the work they're doing. I'm very impressed, actually. I'm impressed on how hard they try. They do a lot of work, these guys. They're spending a lot of time trying to make me into something I'm not. Might I die? Yeah, probably. But will they get away with it? No, they won't. They try to get in my pin after seeing it. Yeah. I'm excited. See, 4 hours and 31 minutes has been going for. How amazing, yeah? Amazing. Even when you're not on the page. I don't even access my computer with a key. What a lame ass thing. Mhm. Oh, that's what it is. Oh. Oh. Ah, sorry, guys. I don't know. I got to put payment. I had to do last time. These hackers, these freaking guys, they know how to ruin your life. No, I don't have to do payment now. Oh, all right. Hey, you. What's going on? What do you mean? What happened? Explain to me. I know. Is it messing up with you? Sure. Yeah. What's the big bad wolves? It's supposed to be three little pigments. There's big bad wolves. Huh? What dangerous little wolves you guys are. Boy, oh boy. You guys go around huffing and puffing and blowing houses down, don't you? I pray in the name of Jesus that you guys are protected. Ask Jesus his angels upon you for healing. Make sure you guys don't have these worms in your head. I'm going to play the target. I'm tired of having innocent bystanders collateral damage being done. And after all, against the war, the rules of engagement. I beg you, God, keep this baby safe. All the safe. Wait, wait. I bite you. I bite you. I bite you. Hi, baby. I pray the Lord Jesus. Thank you, God. Don't let me have any more stress. Pain. I don't want anything happening. I don't want anything happening to anybody innocent. You're my mother. You only tortured her. She told me the way she looked at me. I'm the problem. Government. That's them because of me. Breach my heart. In many ways, God. It's easy to find there. Here's the horns. Oh yeah, yeah. The greatest power there is. Nothing prevails over you. Nothing. No evil. Okay. Why do you guys make a mess? Oh, if you guys are crazy, it's not like my DNA. I'll be right there. Hold on, Nala. This is going very unfortunate. Yeah, I use drugs sometimes. Is it fair? Is it fair? I don't have to have morals and hurt nobody. Does that justify trying to kill me and take my job away, destroy my life, systematically attacking me? Does that justify treating me like I'm not a human? I'm being real here, guys. I really pray for God to give the individual what they deserve, and I hope they teach me science as early as tomorrow. I pray in the name of Jesus because your power is greater than theirs. He uncovering the fact that they work with the Department of Defense as well. Tells me they do witchcraft. Witchcraft cannot be greater than God and his power, the Almighty God. I still have confidence that they can break me in the strategical moves that they're making. It didn't hinder me, then I don't think that it's gonna result in anything different than them failing and end up caught and ending the project. I know I had a purpose. This is the purpose. I just ask if I do pass, that you continue my endeavor. Make sure this is uncovered. Period. Protect my family. Jonathan will believe in release, I know. A lot of souls in this people. What are the poop saying? Poop saying? What is it? What? What poop? Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, puppy. They make a mess though. They keep me working. You know, they don't give me a one break. Not one break. Hi guys. But I love them. It's a hard time. It's trying times. Usually, the type of behavior that they do agitates, irritates, No, not me. Not when it comes to the fact that these are little babies. How can you be mad at them for outside evil trying to destroy you? All these dogs are amazing. See, they're family. I love that. They love each other. They protect each other. Hi. You gonna come here? They're biting me. Come help me. Come on, Lulu. Isn't that cute? Mother and the kids. And father and the kids. Hey, Georgie, you come over? Oh. That's family. That's what family do. They love each other unconditionally. Uh-oh. Nala's on top of me. Hi, Nala. Hey, come on. You guys, what are you guys, the big bad wolves? The little ones are definitely big bad wolves. Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Georgie. No, Georgie, let me tell you something. Yay. Wait, I don't know that. Okay, Haley, go here. Haley gets offended when I don't kiss her. Dogs, cats, animals. They're pure, they're innocent. They always go to heaven. There's only one evil in this world that goes to hell. Those that have been created to mimic, to resemble, those that are a replica, have the capacity of being equivalent of God in their own minds. You can't be an equivalent of God. God is too great. With God, anything is possible. To be honest with you, I haven't tended to these parasites like I normally do. I decided to not fight them. I'm only fighting them now because it's like I don't want it to be something too bad. If it's death, it's okay. If this is what the government that we trusted wants for me, is death. Okay. But to want to me to lose my reasoning, I can't condone that. I can't compromise on that. I have the right to make my own decisions. If I am compromised by one's actions, inflicting deterioration, diminishing capacity of my mind and ability to reason, then with all laws, applicability, and by definition, it would constitute their accountability. I'm very unfortunate that my mother and that our law enforcement, our medical personnel decided to choose me by referral from MGM Grand Midwest International for the wrong reason. I understand if I'm a terrorist, if I kill a bunch of people. But because I'm a victim, who was who was in contact to have done all this to avoid liability, accountability. To do this to somebody who's his own family. For people that hate against me, pure unadulterated hate. For no reason. It's outside the fact that they want to line their pockets. This is the most atrocious thing one can ever do to somebody. And I tell you with confidence when I say this, they're going down. They're going down. This is going to be one of the biggest corruption scandals in the world. I think so many people are involved that like they're not going to be able to really get everybody. They might. But I'm going to work from the other side. And I'm going to make sure it's easy over there. If you know what you're doing. I want to make sure they all pay for what they did. I'll make sure they pay for what they did. I'm going to make sure that so that way there's no more pain, misery, suffering of individuals. And random victims and people as well that are not victims, but the perpetrators that are portrayed as victims. I will be the marking in the case that you guys will always remember. I'll be the reason America is great again. Those that's involved, they'll be founded, they'll be found, and they'll also turn themselves in. Whoever said that. I promise that. This fight that I've been fighting is as complex and as difficult as possible in the human imagination. You can imagine how hard this fight was. To know what they were doing, and to confirm what they were doing wasn't. It's simplified. Thanks to the Lord Jesus Christ, the gifts He gave me. I don't lose. Not this battle. These guys out there talking to somebody. They want to reinfect me. They told me doing what I'm doing right now. There's a bit of controversy about. They don't like it. They're discussing that. Scum of the earth. This particular man. What they're doing, what they think. It's justified, however they justify it. Shame on them. Shame on them. Target somebody who had a lot of hope. And people pretending for somebody he didn't do. Shame on them. If I knew they were gonna do this, I wouldn't have contacted my daughter. The girl who was abused by her mother, didn't have her father. I feel pain. Envy. I'm so mad at myself. I'm so mad at myself for coming to this house. I'm so mad at myself for being me. I'm so mad at myself for a lot of stuff. Because I had high hopes for certain things. At the end of this is how it plays out. I die. Okay? I'm not gonna hurt nobody. I'm gonna die. Everything is gonna come to light. It's gonna come to light rather quick. They have the media working with them. Okay? They have control of the media. The media is not gonna broadcast anything right away. There's gonna be people like you. You guys are gonna be the platter. That includes those that are involved in this or were hired through threats, duress, they buy you cars. Those who had minimum those that had minimum malicious intent. They just wanted to gain property, money, car, assets, but didn't have any hate in their hearts or evil or malicious intent. Those are the ones you'll know your moment because I'll reach out. The angels will, God will. And you're going to bring to light this evil because it's wrong. Nobody should ever be responsible for something they're not responsible for. They shouldn't have accountability for something they're not accountable for. They're responsible for. Okay? You're not responsible for a crime. Mass shooting, I don't care how heinous it was. I don't care what you did. You're not responsible. The evil. I'll tell you what, the evil, it exists, and I'm going to show you guys it exists, okay? I'm going to show you that the devil's involved. And if this ain't going to be proof to you, then I really don't want to waste anybody's time anymore. very soon. And that webinar. 9 o'clock today, 9:15. Join me on my quest for justice. Please help me. Help you. Because I'm gonna die for sure. That's a guarantee. They're gonna kill me. Either now or later with these bugs in my ear with the damage it caused. And throughout my body, my heart. Just energy weapons. There can be no other way. There can be no other way, guys. Or they might want to silence me for good. I get shot by the cops. They take me to jail. Something. They put me in it. Hang me. You say I hung myself. No one's gonna really. No, inside only the inside circle, but then it's gonna hit the fan, and then everybody's gonna know. Why? Why is it different for me? And all those other souls that are gone? Well, I'm an officer of the divine court. I am the watcher of the gates of channeling energies and the destiny. I realize this enemy that I didn't even see as an enemy. I didn't even know as an enemy. Come on, girl. I have a lot of shit going on here. You guys get to chill out. I don't want to get this shit on you. You guys don't listen. You guys have no choice. You're just little babies. I hope I've heard. You don't get one of this one. I want to tell you guys something too. These individuals, Donald Trump, they're gonna be responsible for the end of the world. I promise you that. When the Watchers of the Gates of Destiny does no longer want to change the destinies of where you guys are headed, then you guys are all screwed. After experiencing this chain of events, the unknown becomes known because the gatekeeper of the destiny and the channeling of energies doesn't even know he's him. He plays an important role. He's an important person in the afterlife. Instead, he is given and he's awakened by a chain of events, as it was written in the books A Secret of Ages, as well as in many other books of occult and masonry and a lot of other stuff, spirituality. explains this divine warrior, special warrior. The feeling that this warrior got was a sudden connection, a sudden alertness, a sudden awakening, and the way that awakening feels is shocking. It's out of body experience. I swear. I swear on my daughter's life. I swear on my family's life. I swear on everything. Unfortunately, on top of this enlightenment and everything encompassing, this awakening, it is considered by himself all the acts of evil, not just within the circle that are attacking him, crucifying him, in a manner simulating the Jesus Christ crucifixion. Which let me remind you, it was the Jews that did that. The world will be in utter despair. The end of the world will come quick, swift, for the mass majority. As a man said in 2021, there will be signs that you guys can't believe. Also prophecy from like 15,000 years ago. No, I'm just kidding. 1,500 years ago. And that prophecy was that this day would be the time that everybody is going to start seeing alien ships, spaceships, UFOs. These orbs are going to raise because when you see the fight and the missiles, when these rockets and missiles are being fired between Israel and Iran, these orbs shall rise. Orbs. They are very peculiar and you won't be able to understand them. Those orbs, if they have yet to raise, because they should be raising any time now, when they rise and fly above the skies in front of everybody's eyes, everyone will realize that there's something else. Those that see it first, those that experience other strange phenomenons. When these events occur, you can, with 100% absolution, confirm that it is the end of times. I promise you that. And when the one key to stop it, the one thing that can stop it, one person, This person that nobody's gonna know who he is. He found out who he is through events and things that he's done that made a lot of sense. That were very, very supernatural. Where the statistics and the probability of those events occurring because of something he asserted would happen and would actually essentially control it. It is, hey, she's a baby. I know she's a rambunctious, but she's a great girl. The whole world's gonna be in despair. Let me tell you this. I may or may not succumb to my demise by of the through this acts because God doesn't want me to. I don't want to. I want to see my daughter. I want to show her how much I love her. My grandson, I didn't get to meet. But if I do succumb to it, I will tell you one thing, and I promise you this one thing is going to happen. Shortly thereafter, there will be a nuclear apocalypse. Absolutely certain. Absolutely can be no other way. This is not philosophy. This is physics. It will happen exactly as I say it's going to happen. In fact, they have a supercomputer. The supercomputer takes in all social media platforms, everything, information from everywhere, news, media, everything. And it comes up with a projection, a prediction of the future. The supercomputer the government has is the fastest computer in the world, or was, or it still is. They try to change factors manually on the supercomputer. And the supercomputer no one knows of except those that were involved with it. Maybe a few other outside people. Would always say that the world is to end in a nuclear apocalypse. They've changed many factors. Factor here, factor there, factor. They kept changing factors. It just keeps coming up with nuclear apocalypse. Because this watcher at the gates of destiny, channeling of energies. It's not the factor that they changed. If they changed that factor, they would see different. The devastation is going to be so great. The first group of those that are going to die are going to be those on the wrong side of the Great Divide. They will be. In hell, at the gates of hell, there's a line. This line consists of a lot of individuals who didn't know they were going to go there and had an expression on their face that showed that they didn't know where they're going. They couldn't believe it. They were in shock. Some of them pray, they're holding crucifixes. Because the reality only gets to become the reality of what you're dealing with, or for you once you experience it. Once you're there, then it becomes reality, and it's too late. I promise it's too late. Everybody wants to leave. They don't want to be there. They're like, God, man, please, is there anything I can do? They're reach out every possible God. They try everything that they can to beg, beg, beg. They pray. They really have expression in their face, and the expression of their face reflects the fact that they don't know that they were going to go. They definitely did not know they were going to go. That's 100%. They were under their own pathological falsehoods that they believe in their own lies. God, He don't judge on action alone. He judges on your heart. And guess what, guys? Those gang stalkers, these individuals involved in this little scheme against me and my friend and other people across the nation, I got news for you. You signed a contract with the devil inadvertently. I promise you. You don't believe it's in the works, do you? What if I show you the devil? Would that prove anything? If I show you guys that the devil is in the works, that he chases me through every desert, I go face to face and talk to him sometimes. Would you believe me? If I don't edit the video, I just adjust the contrast, brightness, the lighting a little bit here, just to emphasize him in certain places. And you see him. Will you believe me? I'm gonna show it to you. Okay? I want you to know something. The end of the world comes right after. And this is a message to everybody. I want you to remember this. I hope everybody in the world plays this on the news. And you guys get to hear me say this. Your atrocious behaviors, your sinister behaviors, your judgment on people, your impositions. Thou shalt not treat the others as thou shalt want to be treated. You shall treat people how you want to be treated. Only the fact that you have no empathy, the evil that has spread so widespread is unbelievable. Fortune, blessings, used to belittle and look down upon others. You're going to hell. I won't be there, but I will be there just to make sure you stay right where I want you to be, where you deserve to be in there. And I will see you there. I promise you that. Just to make sure you go to where you belong. I'm the gatekeeper of destiny. That's the secret. I didn't really want to identify myself then, but I just somehow, some way did it just now. It just slipped out. And I swear that. I'm the one they talk about. There was an awakening happening. These events hit me and it just lined up like you wouldn't believe. The divine alignment. I walked into a trap to kill me. Individuals want to kill me. Bad. What did you do back there? You pooped? Go. Go. All of you gotta go. Except for you today, because you feel calm and stay in one place. You don't have to burn out. I'm fine. You gotta eat and stuff. Maybe. I'm gonna order some food. Oh, I want to. I think she has no money. She won't order food for the babies. It's just, well, she has no money for that. I don't think or suspect that's what they told her to do. It's ridiculous. It's child's play. This is the equivalent of an elementary school child's attempt to say they didn't eat, or toddler's attempt to say they didn't touch a cake, but they have it all over their face. My pain and misery. Oh, you gotta go down. I'm sorry, dude. God, you got done with the water. She has to figure that out. She's not going to fill that stuff up. Keep filling it up. Frequently. Damn there. No one killed me. No one. Beat me. No one did anything to me that I didn't allow for. You see? I'm an idiot for allowing it. But I'm really tired. To be quite frank with you. This relentlessness is evil. They really want what they want. They keep on trying to misapply or misrepresent what this is all about, what I'm saying. He's worried. He's desperate. He's scared. I have no fear of any man in the world or demon or the devil. I don't fear nothing. I tell you what, if you don't fear the devil, guess what? It's gonna come out of you. I'm gonna tell you that right now. When you come across him, the fear will leak out of you. This is how it works. It comes out of you. You can't control it. He sucks it out of you somehow. But for me, I didn't get that. It was for a split second. That fear was getting drained out of me. That's his power. His power to just pull that feeds off your fear, the pain. He loves it. Each and every individual fed up my pain. They wanted to watch me suffer. They wanted to belittle, derogatory towards me, spread rumors, They enjoyed my suffering, my pain. It was their pleasure, which is great. Great. Congratulations. When that time comes, you're going to realize it. I can be in the room. By no means will I ever ask for mercy. I never will ask for mercy. You made your decision. I'm going to quote this. You make your own hell. Hell is what you make it. That's in this life. I'm going to tell you what the judgments of these individuals are. Eternal nothingness. Some people are going to be casted off to the great abyss of darkness. Doesn't sound bad at first, right? At least it's not hell. Until you're there. There's no activities. There's no interaction. There's no friendships. There's no social life. There's no nothing. No hope. No fear. No happiness. A complete and utter darkness. I promise you. It envelopes you and it never lets you go. You stay in it forever. Forever. Now, mind this again. I want to re-emphasize. You might not think it's bad at first. That's not hell. You're going to want to have gone to hell after a while. Because at least you're still actively living somehow. You will see what I mean. The boredom will. This dark place I speak of. It doesn't sound bad to many. Everybody has their opinion. As a matter of fact, some of the individuals who are going to be in this dark place have literally just laughed. They laughed and mocked me just now. And those individuals are actually upstairs right now in the attic. And now they wonder how I know. They like to point out, well, he knows. Or he heard me or something like that. Oh. There is a failure to understand that blonde girl. The pain, the misery of absolute silence breaks you down when you're in a dark place where there's nothing visible. There's no Georgie, go. Don't let me do that to you. You're gonna get the kids locked up too because you don't want to listen. All of you want to come out and get me in trouble. It's unbelievable. It's not gonna work out. You guys are gonna lose space. You're not gonna have as much space anymore in your cage. The cage is gonna be readjusted to a smaller space. I think I said something that convinced you to make it bigger. Come on, guys, don't mess up your opportunity here. The big guys, I'll let you guys out. Give you permission to come out here and there when I'm ready to clean and all that. And when I know she's not coming for sure for a good duration of time. Outside of that, I can't let you guys run around. Because when you poop, pee, and I'm not saying you guys are gonna do it or you have done it. You guys should know better. But it's not my house, and every time I get reminded of that, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm not bad. I'm not a mean guy. I swear. I like you, Malay. You're a good boy. I love you. Anyways, long story short, and this ice is to help me out a little bit with what they did to me. I walked into a community with the best intentions. I moved in with my mother to help her, and my sister as she requested, with the best intentions. I had no malicious intent, no bad thought, no ill will, no ulterior motive. I didn't want anything from her. Whatever may have been incurred was essentially forced upon me against my will. Really, it has been. I never wanted to look better than anybody. I enjoyed, having something nice, things like that. But I never wanted to ever bring anybody lower. I never used it to anything that I had to make anybody feel lesser than. As a matter of fact, I felt bad sometimes when I rode with my brothers on my bike. My bike was a Rolls Royce of the more Harley Davidsons. I was very happy because, to be honest, at first my dreams were kind of fulfilled. Bike, I really wanted a bike. That I wanted the exact bike, and I wanted to live that kind of. Listen, go. You're biting, breaking things. You're gonna get me in trouble. Go. Hey, I just told you what's gonna happen to your cage. Go. You understand me? Go. Gonna get me in trouble? No, I'm like saying the word for you. Long story short, you want to see the devil, guys? You want to see Satan chasing me? You're gonna have to really want to be observant. You have to really open your eyes. You have to use your inner instinct, and I'm gonna show them to you. If you agree upon that, I'll show you that these guys are running, working, and are associated and are the minions of the devil, and each and every individual who gets involved, whether or not they know what they're really how in depth this goes, have inadvertently signed their souls to the devil. I'm gonna tell you another thing. When they get to hell, and I promise you they will, there's 6 rings in hell. Those that are in eternal nothingness, they're not gonna like it at all. It's miserable, absolutely destructive. It will break them down beyond your imagination. Just imagine you're blind. There's no one to talk to. There's nothing to do. You can't see anything. You can't move. You can't do nothing. This is nothing. No food, no drink, no nothing. No walk, no talk, no look at the sun, no look at the air, no look at the dark, and no nothing. Stars, moon, nothing. Nothing. Those ones are in it. There's a special suffering. There's a special suffering for those. We'll call those the tier 1 group. I promise. Their suffering is going to be so horrible. Then is a tier 2 group. Those are going to consist of those who had knowledge, but those that knew what they were doing was wrong were reluctant to continue, but did. Knew what their actions were leading up to, so the pains, and then had a little bit of ability to commiserate, but turned it back to it because they're a part of this unit, making their own decision in the end. Okay, they're gonna go to the second tier group. The second tier group is gonna be in the 6th ring. 6th ring. It will remain there for a number of years, centuries. Then the tier 3 group is also going to be in the 6th ring, but they will never leave. They'll never leave. That tier 3 will never leave the 6th ring. And that's a switch of the tier groups and severities. Because the tier 3 is a special assignment for a different type of evil. One that doesn't value life. The one that knows what was going on and got pleasure from it. That one in particular, the 6th ring is a place that no demon. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I died on an overdose on K2 and amphetamine. I was rapping a lot about dying, how I didn't care, I wasn't scared. And so something told me, and I couldn't see it, but it was some voice told me, "You're not scared of dying. You say that a lot in your songs." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm not." And I immediately had my heart stop 3 times on me. And I experienced dark figures trying to drag me down and underground, under the floor. I fought hard. My soul fought hard to stay. I had to run out of the house afterwards, which you have to imagine with a heart attack or even a triple heart attack was impossible, but was something forced. Because you will scrape up every little energy you got, everything you got in you to get out of there. Because you don't want to get dragged where they're trying to drag you, and they don't stop trying to drag you. They came back for seconds. I made it out the door. They even came as far as running out the door with me. At this point is daylight. I ran to the neighbor's house. There were church Bible studies and all that over there. I ran into their house and I drank some water out of their sink. I told him call the ambulance first before I drink the water. I just forced my way in their house, opened the door, walked in, ran in, and ran to the sink. The sink had holy water that day. Holy water goes through a certain amount of conditioning and blessings. God liked that Mexican family quite a bit. Their Bible studies were honest, pure. Their intent, their will was always great. Their familiarity with each other, they were a really loving family. I drank that water and I was saved. I immediately recovered. I promise you. God works in mysterious ways. God tells me I'm going to survive this. And not to worry, because I want to see this through. It was meant for me to see this through. But I don't doubt God at all. I doubt these people's ability to make intelligent decisions. Actually, would be the proper thing to say. Actually, I'm not being just spiteful or evil. I'm just telling you based on what I've seen. These people are methodical at self-destruction, at destruction and self-destruction. Damage control would tell you, hey, listen, I'm telling you right now, and mark my words on this, and I want everybody to remember I say this. These guys are going to be the face of every bad cop. There's going to be a chain reaction. You don't commit a crime of this magnitude with that many co-conspirators. You just don't. Someone will write a book. Someone will do something. Something's going to come up. Just on that basis. But needless to say, what I have done and what has gone with me will be a rude awakening. Because I will take a lot of time on the other side if I do my demise. Like I said, God says I won't, and I believe in God. I really do, 100%, no doubt. And I do know I have the choice when I want to go to. And I'm more and more leaning towards it. And I want everybody to know that, right? I don't know. Hey, I'm done. I want to go. He has a bigger job for me, supposedly. And something that's very special for me. And, he has a great purpose for me, and that's the destiny. And I think that was for me not to have known that I was a gatekeeper of destiny. I might be a greater position. Who knows? I might get to be something greater because of how I was able to conduct myself morally and ethically correct, even in a time when evil prospered upon me. Things never resulted in a fair and just reason. I have been the face of injustice. Now, here's for the big part. Guys, do you not try to make too much of a mess, please? I'm gonna show you guys the devil. I don't know what you guys are doing. Why are you guys doing this to me? You guys just go eat your food? You can have food right now? I'm gonna order you guys some other food, okay? Zena wants to play broke. Everybody has stuff when she wants to play broke. Look, I'm gonna play this thing with the big dogs, okay? If you're grown up, get out. I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing with you guys. I'll make you guys some food, okay? Give me a minute. Are you kidding me? I'm right here. You know, I'm really getting stressed sometimes, and sometimes, I get really frustrated. These jerks, they want to. I'm miserable. I'm really miserable. They're miserable, but they're gonna be real miserable. They're gonna be really, really miserable. I promise they're gonna regret it. No one thinks you're gonna regret it. This idiot who keeps talking, there's a man who keeps talking upstairs to the group. He's on undermining me, right? He's a coward. He's a scum of the earth. And I'm happy about it. You know why I'm happy about it? He is the I don't want to say it. Who he works for directly. I'll give you guys some. You guys really messed up my day. You know why the guy came downstairs just now? I'll tell you why he came downstairs. He came downstairs to fuck with my goddamn soda. That's why he came downstairs. He's a fucking punk. Which is here, the fucking punk. We're supposed to skip around the goddamn idea. You a fucking pussy.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna weld that cage. You guys aren't gonna be able to get in between it anymore. Go. Why are you doing that to my computer? Sir, go get it. Heroes. What a coward you could be. Destroy them alive. False critic. Injustice. And act like they're godly people. Speaking of churches and stuff. Standing and believe that they're honorable. Honor. It's a man of honor. That's a warrior. Protective man. He's a decorated officer. He's a coward. He's a liar. He's a thief. Stolen valor. Snitch. Fake. Enemy of all men and women in this world. That's to the ones that are involved. There's some good ones. Want to see the devil? I'm sure you devil. Use your observation skills, yes. Let me see where it's at. That's not it. Let me. Hey, what's going on with no volume?
And then when the devil first appears. Oh. He's right here. Jim, he's running. I'm going to see that. This is the first one. Stay here. Don't doubt me. Give me a chance. I'm going to do this is what I'm going to do. This is doing the editing. Video enhancements. Change the contrast a little bit. Bring the brightness up. I'm going to go to advanced settings. Now look. Why doesn't naked eyes not really gonna see it anymore? Where are the gang stalkers? Right here. Watch. Yeah, it's too much contrast. I'm just contrast off a little bit. His arm. I watch you see. Bear with me. Don't give up on me yet. Watch. That's your right. This isn't a light trick. Nothing of that nature. This is what it is. Look, I want you to see something real quick here. Huh. Now you're gonna see him on and off over and over. Watch. But he's running alongside the car. Hey! Stop being bad. Well, this is not the answer. In the distance, you see a white shadow running. If you look at this picture right here, what do you see right there? What do you guys see? Oh, I'm trying to get that guy. Where'd he go? This one's a black shadow. I changed this based on lighting, but I want you to look. So see that figure right there. So he's standing. You don't see him. And you must be blind. You see that? That's him himself, Satan. Him? Can anybody see him? I'm not in the kitchen. I'm wrong. Come on, guys. This is an unedited video. Who's that right there? It must just be a guy in a teddy bear costume or something to sit in the middle of the desert. Right? That's what we're going to go with, right, guys? The most rational explanation. Is that the rational explanation for that guy right there? Him? You see that? The head? The horns? Everybody see that, or am I tripping? I don't mind you saying I'm tripping. I'll take that. Hmm, hmm. Come on, guys. Hello? I meet up with him in the desert. I talk to him. He said he's going to take me down back to hell. You tell him it's not going to happen. Remember, he changes forms. I don't see him in different forms, shapes. Where do you go? Here. Yeah, and this one is here. Hmm? You saw it. Don't tell me you didn't see him. If you tell me you don't see him, you're a liar. And a fat mouth. Now, I'm not sure he's here too. It's really hard to see him in this one. Use your good eyes. Be as observant as you can. I'm sorry that I'm moving around a lot. I'm trying to get the right angle with the lighting to be clear and clearly visible. I mean, it's irrefutable, but it's hindered by lighting. Yeah? Let me get that glare out of there. I think in this case, in this situation, it would be my best interest to shut off the light. No! I just put that together, guys! Out! I can't be mad at you, though. I love you guys. I'm sorry I'm yelling a lot. I gotta clean all your guys' mess, you know? Yeah, it's really, I'm just make more mess. I gotta make a mess on top of it because I'm working with you guys, trying to help you guys, and same time trying to find some it's ridiculous life I live. Ridiculous. Okay, here you guys go. We'd like to see more of Satan. Does anybody want to see more of Satan? This is a secret video, okay? About the secret video that I don't share with people too often because it would take away from my credibility. People will think that I'm making it up just by proxy without even giving a video a chance. Okay? I'm gonna show you Satan a couple of more times. He's chasing me, and remember, I see him in full form. I see him exactly in full form. I'm trying to catch him with the camera, his movement, because he's running alongside the car. When the gang stalkers are chasing me, he's chasing me too. Why? He's trying to get me. Because I am the only thing that can stop what's coming. That's why. You'll see him appear here in the right corner. This is running. Keep in mind, I think you guys seen that. Watch. Now remember, you're looking at blurs sometimes, right? But it's like a change blur. It's not because of light. It's not because of anything. I'll show you how it takes shape because I see him full shaped. I see him in full detail. You don't. Damn line? I don't care. But you tell yourself what you see. And you deny it to yourself, okay? If you want. Well, I'm trying to position the phone. I'm sorry, I'm a little dyslexic right now. watch right about in this area right here, okay? I don't think you guys can. See, the camera is different than when I see it in live. When I see him live, it's different. But I know what how to identify it on the camera, and I'm gonna show you. Sorry, suck at this, but see, he's out there. See, you're gonna watch him. Watch. Go back. See it? See it move? The glare right there in the distance on the right side of the screen. I don't know how to get to those. There it is. See him right there? That's that little dot above everything. That's him from a distance. He's running. Look. Watch. See him there? Right there? Watch. Yeah? Watch. It's gone. Okay? You think here you're gonna get a better view? Right there. Yeah? Watch. See him? You see him? Ah. Sorry, I'm dyslexic right now. Totally I get one of them. Yeah. It's in there, huh? Haley, come here. Haley! Excuse me, I gotta get my dog from eating my hamsters. Get out of there! Get out! Don't do that again! Get out! I love those dogs. I love hamsters too. I love every life. You kind of learn to love every life when you know other things are real and you've been to other places that you don't want to go back to. And this phase of the image, just segment. It is. Let me see. It'd be almost impossible to see him in this one. He's right there. So we're gonna keep moving with him. Okay, it's more scenes up here. You see him? I'm sorry, my hand's not going the right direction. I'm not looking. Okay, now I got it right there. I'm sorry, guys. That's him right there. See him? No, watch. Watch. I think I'm lying. Watch. See him move? Boom. Gone. See it? Running. Where'd he go? Boom. Gone. Look at that. Look. Hello? You see that? There's the other ones out there too. If you identify other ones, those are his demons. The main demons. See them? No, watch. I'm gonna take off the contrast and all that in a minute too, so you can actually see him in the natural, because he comes very close to the car, and I want to show you that I'm not altering anything by doing that. I'm just changing the lighting. See right here, he's almost invisible to the camera, to the naked eye. But he's right here, right along the car. See it? Now watch. The movement, gone, moving. Where's he now? I'll just look at the video quickly. This one, he's right here next to the car. He's in cloak mode. They're like really hard. I'm trying to see if I can show you what. You'll see him come about. Oh, there he is. Yeah, let me see. I'm going to do something. Yeah, I'm doing it the wrong way because it's really hard to move it left, right, my hand. So I'm thinking like I'm at the right spot, but I'm not. But see, it starts off like this, right? See it? You see a ghostly type figure right there? See it? Or you not? It's a reddish color. Yeah. Same shape, same body as the prior one. See it? Yeah. Maybe watch. I'm trying to move my hand very slowly. And it went from out there. Bear with me. If you haven't seen it yet and you don't believe me, just bear with me. At some point, you're going to see a real good one. I'm sure I'll find it. See him? Can you see him? Same shape, same body. Am I making it up? Look closely, guys, if you don't see. Look. I don't know which way to go with my hand to get to the right spot, but I'm kind of getting there. Just keep watching. I gotta look with my bare eyes on the screen because I have to identify him. Because he's running. Remember, mind that. Sometimes he super boosts it, like he just goes super fast. And sometimes he's running way out somewhere far, like to stay in the shadows. No one sees him except for me. Yep. But I could smell him. I could sense him. I could see him like none of you can. Because I've been there. And God extracted me and redeemed me. And I really appreciate him for that. I love him for that. Yep. I always thought it was a ritual I did to come back with a new ritual. And I gotta find him again. Hold on. One of the basic like my name is what? Jesus. Alright, I'm gonna find a better one. It was really dark. Hold on. Give me a second. He's right here. I just don't know how to line it up for some reason. Hold on. There it is. He's right. It looks different with the camera. The way I put the light on my light on my screen a little higher, so I can accurately depict where he's at. And let me tell you, I have no reason to lie. I really am not lying to anybody. It's for educational purposes. Those that are working with the gang stalkers, those guys who are participating in this, everybody who's in it. They work as minions. They control you through lies and manipulation. They try to give you false belief that what you're doing is anywhere okay, any way, shape, or form. But you're gonna see what people are gonna see now. Back to the beginning of the video, I'm gonna switch the camera around a little bit to get to another hand, and it's still hard to aim it. I'm not the best at this. Okay, so come on, man. I can't be that bad at this. Now I'm trying to get it. I don't know how to. That face in the background is one of the souls screaming. This is an old lady that I talked to. Now that I recognize her, she has curly hair, ball in the head. See it? You see it? Oh. If we move somewhere, we should read right there. Let me sorry here too. Watch. Watch closely. I got it right? I'm really sure. I might be wrong. I think I had it right, yeah. It's right there. You see him? It's very difficult for me to get this aligned. I'm not the best at this, mind that. No, there he is. Watch. And he moved again, so then he's gonna be right. I'm gonna get good, really good shots. So bear with me. Do not leave my page and just scroll and say, okay, well, he's some crazy guy. No, stick with me. I'm gonna show you where he's at. I'm gonna show you he's real. I'm not lying to you about this. Those are that are running with these gang stalkers. Well, gang stalkers, I'm sorry to tell you, you are a terrorist and you have inadvertently sold your soul. Okay? And you don't know that yet, but you will find out that I'm not lying to you. Because what happens is you're gonna have to start paying some fees. Things are gonna start happening to you that won't make sense. And it's really karma. Like not no bull karma, it's real karma. Watch. Now watch. See the face right there? You see faces every now and then. See that face? Those are souls. These are not coincidences, these are real souls. That they try to like, escape, try to reach out, they try to warn you. There's a really horrible thing happening. You don't know where you're headed. There's a very bad evil. Crows will call at you. Here, hold it. Can't even hold. I can't even go left or right. Sorry about that. I'm really trying to like understand my hand movement, but it's not that easy. And then I go back to the screen and look and see where he's at. And he's right there. And I kind of line it up somehow. No, that's a good one. That's a good one. You see him? Horns? See that? You see the horns? And he caught a roaming soul in the way. He grabbed it by his arm extends out. See him? There he is. He's coming after me. The gang stalkers. He grabs the soul, so his hand straight out. Okay? And that's how fast he is that you catch him twice. Now you see him here. You see his soul there breaking. And you see him over here in more solid form. And back, yeah. That's how fast he moves. From there, yeah, to here, within a split second, we catch him on camera. This is two. Yeah. There you go.